Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. It's good to be back doing another stream. It has been a while. Hope everyone is doing well on this, what is it, Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, Ozzy, Clean, Lunar, Penguin, Dynamite, Xavier, King, Lourdis. Thank you all for stopping by today. Or it's Wednesday. Regardless, thought I'd do a little bit of a stream. I kind of want to start doing some more consistently now that I kind of got some videos out of the way that I wanted to do. My schedule's a bit more cleared up, so maybe we could turn this into a weekly thing. But today I figured it'd be fun to kind of just sit back and talk about some of the most recent stuff that's been going down. I haven't made a news video in forever, it feels like. There's been a few things that have happened, not too much, but also there's also like some drama in there, of course, for those of you who know, in terms of changing the free agent deadline again and everything. I wanted to kind of give my take on that as well, just because, you know, it is a little annoying. We'll talk about it in a bit, but I mostly wanted to just start with some of the news that I did not cover, because, you know, I'm sure people want to know my opinions on it. And then we can go from there. We could talk about ideal places for some of these people to go and what teams could be looking to do. We'll do all of it as usual. Just make sure everything looks good on my end. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Owl. It's not in the best spot. We'll talk about that, of course. There's been a lot of free agents. This season's just, this offseason, I should say, is just absolute chaos. It's unbelievable. You like the Star Wars hoodie? Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's really cool. It's got like characters on the sleeves and stuff. It's pretty awesome. Comfortable to wear on the house and everything. Hot take, maybe lukewarm take with all the shit going on in China. They should get all the APAC teams to NA. I mean, I wouldn't even say that's like a hot take. I've heard that quite a bit. People do want that. Probably won't happen. It's just unrealistic, but I'd love that. We're just in a tough spot. This is what happens when you try and build a global league, you know? This is the type of stuff you're going to end up facing, especially because of the whole China situation. You know, you can't renew your licensing agreement. You know, it's out of your control if you're OWL. Blizzard can't do it. So now you're in this tough spot where APAC teams don't know if they want to invest or not. Like, it's just a whole big mess. And it's really annoying, too, just considering how good of a spot we ended during playoffs. Like, we were doing so good. We were getting millions of views. It seemed like the hype was back. And then all this stuff comes out, and now it's downhill again. Like, we can't have nice things ever in this community, I feel like. It's just a real shame. Yeah, Valorant is a global league, but they just run it, well, you know, better. Based off of what I've seen, at least. I don't pay that much attention to Valorant, but I'm sure it's doing better than OWL. Man. What a tough situation to be in. All the new faces coming in through chat right now, though. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Yeah, it's true, Math. I mean, it's a whole situation. I don't know where I want to see Profit go. Yeah, the thing with Profit, the complicated thing with Profit is the fact that a lot of the top teams kind of have their flex DPS. And if you're Profit, obviously you only want to play for a top team. At this point in his career, he just wants to win. So it's a really interesting spot. I kind of want to jump into that first. Hello, Sab, William, welcome, welcome. Yeah, imagine if Profit went to go bench Stalker on a different team. That'd be pretty funny. But yeah, first thing I wanted to start with, though, is some player news that I have not really covered in videos extensively. I mean, I talked about the Prophet situation a little bit, but not as much as I would have liked to, so that's kind of where I want to start. I don't follow League Mafia. I've heard of them, though. There's Prophet and Smurf to Houston. Yeah, I've heard that. Prophet to Boston? Perhaps. It depends on the kind of team they can build, you know? Prophet to London. I don't think Prophet's going to retire. He said that he's still pretty motivated to play, and can you really blame him? He's still one of the best players in the world. I wouldn't want to retire if I was him either. But yeah, so November 30th, we get the bombshell news that Prophet's leaving. I mean, I think a lot of people kind of saw coming, just considering Seoul's entire team was already gone. Like, it was obvious that they weren't really in a position to build a team, like, with a lot of money. Like, they're a little nervous about what's going on with APAC, so clearly they're going to go younger, and with a budget team, I believe that their GM Arnold has made such a statement himself already, I think in Discord and on social media, but he made it very clear they're looking towards a new type of future. It's not exactly what they wanted, but they don't have a choice. And what's interesting is this is actually Seoul's first time doing a true rebuild, if you will. Like, starting from scratch, I should say. Because, like, when they went into the Prophet era, they at least kept some of their pieces from the seasons before, you know, like Toby and Michelle and Marvel and whatnot. But this is, like, really from scratch. They are absolutely starting over now. Would Prophet overpower the Fusion, second place curse? I don't know. Is there any APAC team not rebuilding? Philly Fusion are definitely not rebuilding. From what I hear, they're trying to pursue, like, a top-level support player. I think Twilight is what I heard from League Mafia or whatever. That was, like, one of the times I actually saw them tweet. And plus, they have their DPS still. Fusion seem like they're going to be trying hard. Then Spark definitely are not rebuilding either. I think they're going to go hard. Spark are one of those teams that I think will be really good. They might be the best team in APAC this year, to be completely honest with you. Yo, Alexis. Oh, I'm glad you liked the recent video. I had a lot of fun making it. What's happening with Chengdu and Charge? Chengdu, my guess is they're going to rebuild. Charge, though, I don't know what they're going to do. Based off of what their players have been saying, it seems like they're kind of in a situation with a lot of these other teams where, like, they're kind of negotiating still, which is not usually the best sign based off of what we've seen so far. Like, if you go to Piggy, his stuff is removed, and he said, I'm talking with Charge for 2023, but have been allowed to look for other opportunities. And I believe that extends into Choice A1 as well. He's LFT, still in talks with the Charge, but have been given the option to explore new opportunities. I think Boston will be big spenders. I don't know about big spenders, but I think they could make a couple of low-key moves that catch people off guard. Bird Ring? It's hard to say. Didn't Spark release Alphayi? Yeah, we'll get to that soon. I wanted to focus on Seoul, though, for the time being. So, like I was saying, Seoul are doing their first ever true rebuild. It's really interesting because I don't know where they're going to go. I don't know what their plan is. I don't know what Korean talent they're looking towards. It's just a really new era in Seoul that I never thought I'd see happen. They've always been all about going all in. This is very new territory for them. But given that a lot of APAC teams could be up in the air, maybe Seoul could still be pretty competitive in that region. Obviously, they're not going to be a world beater. They're not going to be competing in the playoffs this year, probably. But they could still have a good year. We'll have to see what they do. We'll have to see what's available on the market for them. And if they can maybe lure in some big-name free agents on a budget, probably not, but you never know. I'm expecting them to go young and try and rebuild, though. What if the playoffs was on the patch with Danteh? On this patch, Danteh would have been a god. Yeah, true. I think Shanghai are going to sign from contenders. What you have to remember what Shanghai is. Their parent company is NetEase, aka, you know, the people who are negotiating with Blizzard to try and renew the licensing agreement. So they're probably kind of broke at this point. So yeah, I don't think they're going to be spending big. I think Shanghai will be relatively young again. I wonder if Vancouver will spend big money. We'll have to see. But now Profit, the big news obviously here is he's a free agent. He's an unrestricted free agent, crucially. No trades or anything. He's just on the open market. And it begs the question, where does he sign? Yeah, APAC's in a pretty weak spot. Where does Profit go? It's something I've thought about quite a bit. I'm sure some of you've thought about it as well. Like, if you think about it team by team, a lot of his top options probably aren't going to want him because they're rebuilding, or they already have a piece in place at his position. Like if you're Gladiators, you've Kevster, you're not going to need Profit. Shock, you have Proper. Like these are like two of the best teams you could go to. Dallas, it really depends. I've heard Dallas might be breaking up. I don't know if they're going to go budget mode as well as like some of these other teams. But I mean, if they could still have a relatively good team, they could maybe lure Profit in. I mean, Dallas tend to have a lot of money, so maybe they build a new team around him. But it's again, it's really going to depend, because in my honest opinion, Profit definitely wants to play for a contender. He wants to win really, really bad. He wants to continue to build upon his amazing legacy that he already has in this game. He has one of the longest careers ever. He wants to probably win another title. And if that's the case, you got to eliminate some of these low teams, unless like one of them comes out of nowhere and builds a super team for him, and, you know, gives him an excellent pitch, like Boston, for example, let's say. Yeah, Toronto let go of Twilight and Chillrong. True. They're, what I believe is they're going fully North American. You know why Merritt has removed Outlaws from his Twitter? I think the rumor is that Merritt could be gone. We can talk about that in a little bit. In terms of other places Profit could go, in the event that Pelican leaves Houston and they want to maintain a Korean team, I mean, I could see Profit going to Houston, especially because a lot of people are hoping that Smurf goes there, which would make a ton of sense, just considering that he would massively help out their tank line. And, you know, they could help them go fully Korean, don't have to worry anymore. Boom. So you maybe have Smurf and Profit team up in Houston, and they could be a pretty solid team, I think. You know, considering they probably hold on to Lastro. Hello, Challenger. Good to see you. They hold on to Lastro and then maybe pick up like a main support or whatever. It's a complicated situation for Houston. I mean, maybe they pick up some sort of interesting hit scan if Merritt does indeed go and if Pelican goes. Atlanta Rain is another popular theory for Profit. The issue is, of course, the fact that they just got Stalker. And I mean, considering Atlanta just bought out Lip, I don't know how much money they have left to make that kind of big move for Profit. I don't really know if it's possible. I'd say he's probably up there, but I just have this doubt in my mind considering they have Stalker. I feel like they believe in him as their new guy. What's the catch I missed? Oh, we're just going over recent news right now, Challenger. I'm discussing the first bit of news that I wanted to go over, Profit leaving Seoul. Well, getting mutually parting ways with Seoul, I should say. In terms of some of these other teams, Toronto, they're basically confirmed to be going North American with American Tornado Corps, according to Halo of Thoughts. Florida Mayhem is like an interesting one, but they're kind of more of a budget team, so most likely not. Washington are going to be budget for sure. Boston is a very interesting one. The thing with Boston is, I don't know how much money they're willing to shell out. Historically, they don't shell out a lot of money, but now that they have new management, now that they have Pre, my boy, who I absolutely love, by the way, I think it's great that he's in Boston, maybe he convinced them to get a couple of bigger players. Like, if you convince Profit that you're going to build a good Korean team, you know, maybe pick up a new coach, that could be enough to draw him in. Like, it's going to require a lot of money for sure, but I'd say Boston are a dark horse team to look into for Profit. Danteh is not retired. He is looking for a new team, because Houston are likely going fully Korean from the looks of it. What happened to Paris? Completely exploded because no money. That's basically it for NA teams, right? Like, there's really not a lot of options. Any idea what team could pick up Hoxel? It's hard to say. I haven't seen him play in forever. It's really difficult to say. There's a lot of free agents, like, yeah, like Diem's there. A lot of classic players that we all hold pretty near and dear to our hearts. If we're looking at APAC teams, I think the options are pretty limited for Profit as well in this region. I mean, I guess there's like a tiny chance he could go to Philly, but I doubt it. They have Zest, who's pretty good himself, and he can keep on developing. Yeah, Rascal's a 3-time champ. Guangzhou Charge, though. That, I think, is a team Profit low-key could sign with. I don't think it'll happen, but if he wants to stay in APAC, I think it would make sense, especially if they don't hold on to Choi. If they let him go in favor of Profit. I mean, it's kind of an upgrade in a way, you know? Well, definitely is an upgrade. But would Profit be willing to stoop that low, like just on an okay team? That's the thing. Like, again, I can't shake the feeling Profit wants to just go to a team that's gonna win. He wants to compete. So, no, he's not going back to Seoul. I promise you he's not going back to Seoul unless he wants to play for dirt cheap money with a bunch of young players next to him. Profit wants to win. And you know, I think part of the reason he left Seoul is because he knew that he can't win on them. Yeah, it's a mutual agreement, meaning he wants to probably get out of there. Like, I'm sure they also convinced him to leave too, partially, but I'm sure of his own will he wants to leave too. But yeah, so unless Guangzhou, I think, signed Profit, I think he's going to go to an NA team. Unless he really is out of options, which is a possibility. It's sad to say because he's Profit, but I think it's possible. Yeah, I agree, Grail. Yeah, this offseason is a big mess. It is a dumpster fire. Profit could come back if the APAC region is fixed quickly and the sponsors come back. I mean, yeah, of course, but based off of what we've seen and heard, that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case, unfortunately. A lot of these teams are literally planning for the worst, like Seoul, Shanghai. Remember, Shanghai, they're the ones that are owned by NetEast, the people who are, you know, kind of in charge of being with Blizzard, trying to come to agreement with Blizzard, I should say, to have China continue to play their games. So if Shanghai's blowing everything up, then that's kind of a sign. Top 3 most accomplished OWL teams. I'd say probably Shock, Shanghai, and Dallas. I mean, they all won championships, had some consistently good years. Probably those 3. To be honest with you, Stefan, I'm not entirely sure. I'm assuming that Sato probably, his boosting was a lot worse than everybody else's. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that has to do with it. Maybe he did some really bad stuff. I don't remember all the details. It was so long ago. I think that's basically my closing thoughts on Seoul's situation. Yeah, Shanghai went 0-40 in Season 1. But they won a championship and they had 3 really good years to make up for it, so. Sato ran the boosting ring. Yeah, probably. To close out my thoughts with Profit and Seoul, though, I'm going to say that Seoul are in a really interesting spot. I'm not expecting them to be all that good. And Profit is also in a tough spot because I know he wants to win, and I don't know how many teams will be able to pick him up that realistically need him, that are at that level. Next, I want to talk about the Houston Outlaws, if I can find the tweet. There we go. Yeah, Rascal coached Fuel. Where does Yaki go? It's a tough situation for him as well. There's a lot of teams he could go to. So yeah, next bit of news that I didn't actually cover. I was going to originally. I don't know what happened. But Danteh off of the Houston Outlaws. It's a really weird time. Because, like, Houston, when you think of them as a franchise, it's just Danteh. He's like the first guy to come to mind. He's been their heart and soul since 2019. He became their carry for a couple of years. Like, he never complained. He stuck with them through thick and thin. And then finally, the last couple of years, they gave him like a reasonable team to compete with. And at the end of the day, at least he did get a top 3 finish in the playoffs. All that patience kind of did pay off in a way. I'm sure he would have loved to win a grand finals, but he found success finally after all that time. Not much, Jaden, not much. We just talked about Profit so far. We're going over all of the news that I haven't really covered that much. Danteh is definitely the GOAT of Houston, though. He's just iconic. I appreciate what this man did for this franchise because most people probably would have just wanted to get the heck out of there after all the nonsense he went through, especially, the first 2 years. His team was always terrible, but he stuck with them. He never complained. They got better, and they had a good playoff run. I think Houston fans will always be thankful for what he did because without him, I mean, there would be no joy in those first couple of years with him. Like, 2019, 2020, if you don't have Danteh, like, I can't even imagine how many less wins they'd have, which is saying something because they did not win a lot of games in either of those years. Danteh to Glads would be nice. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Lep going to the rain was pretty sick. For Outlaws, though, I don't think it's that big of a blow. I mean, clearly Danteh was a leader for them. He played a pretty critical role for them on tank, which, I mean, props to Danteh for swapping roles, not complaining, and still playing at a pretty high level. But it seems like Houston want to go fully Korean, so Danteh doesn't really have a place on the team anymore. It's sad, but that's the truth of it. In terms of Danteh's destination, so to speak, I mean, it's hard, right? It's really difficult to say. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a free agent either as tank or DPS, which gives him more options. That's something to keep in mind. I believe he made a post saying that he is LFT, DPS, and tank, yeah. Tank / flex DPS. So that definitely works to his advantage. That's a pretty cute post by Sabiobi, but definitely works to his advantage that he wants to try out on either role. So it really depends on what he wants to play more, I guess. A bunch of teams are going cheap. Yeah, Danteh did a lot on a new role. He's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Mayhem could get Danteh. It doesn't really make that much sense since they're more of a budget team. I don't think you'll see him go there. He won't go London, obviously. Atlanta or Korean now. Gladiators are a possibility, but if you're the Glad, you probably want to get a more elite tank than Danteh. Or if you are going to get Danteh at tank, you want to have another tank on standby as well. So that's what it really comes down to for Gladiators. Yeah, Maddie. Void is doing military service, I believe. Yeah, there are a lot of DPS players, so that could work to his advantage if he goes for tank either, or instead, I should say. Yeah, I plan to cover that too, Henri. I'm going to talk about that a bit later. So, I mean, if the rumors for Toronto are going to be true, they're going to have Reiner and Kaluj, so Danteh can't go there. Boston, it depends. Historically likes to have Korean teams, but if you don't have a lot of options and like stuff maybe falls through, then you could go for Danteh as like a backup plan, I guess. Vancouver would make sense on paper if they have the money for him. I wouldn't mind seeing Danteh in Vancouver. He'd make for a good leader for whatever they intend to build over there. But that's pretty much it. Like, you know, he's definitely not going to Eternal. There's no shot he's going to New York. He's not going to Washington. Toronto's not an option. Florida seems unlikely. He's not going to go to London. Atlanta, Reign, or Korean. Houston just got rid of him. Shocker, Korean. Dallas, it would really depend. Dante's options could be kind of limited. Thankfully, though, he has choices. The fact that he's skilled on 2 different positions could make him pretty desirable. Well, yeah, technically they have Hawk. That's true, Jaden. They have Hawk, but like, I don't think you'd sign Danteh on that team. He could be a backup to Hawk, but he basically plays the same things as Hawk. Unless you have him on DPS, which would be weird. Because I don't know how much use he'd really get. Danteh to support Pause Champ. What about Glads as a Patty replacement? Yeah, I could see that. The only issue is he doesn't really play all the stuff that Patty did. Like, he's not like a Sojourn player and stuff along those lines. I think Danteh as a DPS on Gladiators would be really cool. And they could definitely offer the money he's looking for. So honestly, Danteh could go to Glads as just a complete flex who plays tank and DPS for them. Like, either or. If London can't get Sparker back, maybe Danteh. Probably not, because they have Backbone. I doubt you'd see Ben Best go to Eternal. Kai to Spitfire instead of Sparker. The rumor is Kai's going to LA Gladiators. Honestly, that'd be a pretty cool... Now that I think about it, that'd be a cool DPS rotation. Kai, Kevster, and Danteh. It gives you a lot of coverage. Kevster can play basically anything under the sun, mostly. Kai's your hit scan guy. If you want to run like dive, like Tracer Sombra, you can throw Danteh in there. Or like a Genji Tracer meta along those lines. That'd be a sick rotation, man. I'm digging that. That sounds nice. Sugar Free going to the Glads the same way Patty Pan did? Perhaps. That's what I'm thinking, John. So Dante's definitely got to watch out for. In theory, there aren't like a ridiculous amount of teams that'll be on his radar, most likely. But that versatility is very, very valuable. And because he's a veteran, he's been here since day one, he's going to find a new team. There's no doubt about it. It's just a matter of where now and when. On the other side of things, though, yeah, Dante's a free agent now. As you can see here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to move. There we go. Is there another option for Sparker except London? I low-key could see Sparker on Florida. I don't know what it is. Florida just seems like a cool destination for him to go to, but it would be a weird one. I think Sparker should just go back to London, though. It just makes the most sense. He played really good for them. It's where his friends are. It just makes the most sense logically. What do you think about the old players coming back? It's hype. Yeah, the rumor is that Kai's going to Glads. But something that's worth mentioning though about like these reports of players signing to different places is that no one can officially sign anywhere until the free agency begins. The free agency window on the 23rd. So right now it's all verbal agreements. Good morning, Reshiram. It's all verbal agreements. Which means, in theory, anyone could change their mind during this off time. Like, I doubt Kyle will change his mind because he's friends with Kevster. Gladiators is just a really good destination for him. Unter as well. Unter, was his coach on Valiant for a bit. It makes way too much sense. But there is a world where Kai could wake up one day and be like, I changed my mind. And that's the scary thing about this window being moved, which I want to talk about more later. Birdering back to Glads would be pretty fun. I kind of wanted to just think about this from Houston's perspective, though. I talk about Danteh, but Houston need a new tank player now. Again, seems like a pretty common occurrence for them. We're going to do top 5/10 returning players. I might. So Outlaws need a tank player. And considering they're going to go Korean probably, I'd say their options are pretty out there. Outlaws tend to spend decent money. And Dallas, you know, like, imagine if they take away like Hanbin or Fearless and bring him there. That'd be cool. Smurf is like the popular theory. Like the Smurf and Profit to Houston if Pelican leaves. What I think about Alphayi to Houston, that'd be interesting. I could see it. I'd say Smurf is probably like the hot free agency name. It just makes a lot of sense. Houston are a good team. Smurf wants to try and win. That'd be cool. Yeah, Erster is LFT and tank now. Pretty interesting. Alphayi LFT thoughts. We'll get to that in a bit. I want to talk about Houston for now. Is it too much that Houston gets Bumper? I doubt that'll happen. Mag, that is another good name. Absolutely. Mag is another player that's probably going to be on Houston's radar. Any top name could theoretically go there. What are the chances of Merritt, Lastro, and Pelican staying? I'm going to say not high. Lastro, I think, is going to stay. But the other two, I really don't know. Earlier in the stream, it was mentioned that Merritt actually removed his Outlaw stuff, as you can see. So, not a great sign that his Outlaw stuff is gone now. In terms of Pelican, he still has his Outlaw stuff up. Is it too stupid to get Punk? Yes. Is Lastro a free agent? I thought Lastro was... Looks like he's still there. For now. You heard that Alphayi and Kellen would like to play together. Okay, so, like, Kellen's an interesting case, to be honest with you. He wasn't good on NYXL, but NYXL were bad, and when you're a bad team, you know, tank players just get exposed. Kellen is a young player with a lot of potential, so maybe Houston could snag him for, like, you know, a bit less money than they would one of these other big names, and they could still have a high potential player on their team. And then maybe that gets Alphayi to come too if they lose Pelican. Punk to Vegas, I wouldn't count on it. I feel like Punk wants to play for a better team than he did on Boston, not a worse one. Kellen to Glads, maybe. What other teams? I'm trying to think. Houston. I mean, there's a lot of tank players they could go after. I mean, there's contenders talent too. Like, now that they're really open to just going Korean, like opening the floodgates in that regard, there's so many young options, so many veterans as well. They could get Fate if they really wanted to, and then someone else. Exactly what you just said with Kellen is what I heard from sources. Is that so? All right. Seems like I'm onto something. Bumper to Houston. I doubt it. Not that it means anything, but I did see Kellen with a Glad's icon and several Glad skins on. All right, I'll keep that in mind. You never know. Could mean nothing, could mean something. Other tank players, probably not Bernard. Piggy going back to Houston would be pretty cool, but I doubt it. Marvel could go to Houston, I guess. Like, there's a lot of options on the table for the Outlaws now that they got rid of Danteh. The dream move for me is to get Smurf, but I don't know. What do you think about Hoppa to Houston? I wouldn't mind Hoppa to Houston, but if you're going to get Hoppa, you also need somebody else. You can't just have Hoppa as your lone tank. I think you want someone with like the main tank, so to speak, experience. Kind of like the Muse Hoppa combo, but you know, obviously someone better than Muse if you can. I don't mind Houston on Hoppa, or Houston on Hoppa. Hop on Houston. Dante's LFT. You say Houston's hardly a mixed roster, but the fact that Danteh was consistently starting means that they weren't able to fully communicate the way they'd like to. You know, tank's a shot calling type of position, so I'm sure having a Korean there would help a lot for them. It makes a difference. Yeah, no, I don't think Muse is on a good team. Definitely not. Jinmu to Valiant. A part of me thinks Jinmu might retire. I don't know. I miss Eileen. Danteh back to Shock? No, I don't think so. What if Houston brought out someone's contract? That would be sick, but I doubt that'll happen. Yeah, rumor is Shock are going to sign Max. Fate and Max to Shock? I don't think so. The rumor is that Dallas are going to split up from what I've heard. I don't know how accurate that is. I hope that's not the case, because if they did break up, this would be the first time ever where a championship team doesn't run it back. Can you imagine that? You win the title and you don't end up running it back? That just sounds wrong. No, Max is going to be old enough this year. If you go to Wikipedia, oh, Max. Oh, no, wait, no, wrong Max. There's multiple people named Max. There we go. Max, he is 18. He is good to go. Junbin is who is too young, yes. Max is off tank. I don't know if he was a main tank in Overwatch 1 or not. I don't think so. I think it was always Junbin. Rumor is Vancouver's going to sign Punk. Ooh. Punk on Vancouver sounds nice. Punk Aspire is a good way to start your team off. I want Seeker to get another chance too. But DPS is so loaded. Yeah, Mikey proved himself in playoffs this year, no doubt. So if I'm being honest, I think Houston are in a fine spot though. It's a really weird new chapter without Danteh on their team. I won't lie to you. It's really, really sad. Because literally right when my channel started to like gain popularity, you know, Danteh was just starting his career on the Outlaws. It was really exciting. I watched him and that team grow throughout the years. I'm not even an Outlaws fan. It's still a real bummer. Makes me want to cry. But Danteh's not on the Outlaws. It's just a weird thought. I think him and Houston will both be okay, though. I think they'll both find a better situation. And they'll be all right. Houston can be a fully Korean team. Danteh can find a new home somewhere else and can choose if he wants to play tank or DPS. I think both of them will be all right. Any news about the charge? Not right now. All I know is Piggy and Choi Se-won are technically allowed to look for new opportunities, although they're still in negotiations with charge. Are you sure you're not kinda an Outlaws fan? Nope, not an Outlaws fan. Danteh and Space meetup? Maybe. I had a dream last night, Seeker on Atlanta. That'd be wild considering the team they have. Okay, so that's enough about that. Vancouver got a new general manager, actually. So they should be in a better spot. Yeah, exactly, Reshiram. I'm just a Danteh enjoyer. I don't have a favorite team. I root for anyone who used to play on OG Valiant, whether it be, 2018 roster, 2019, 2020, because Valiant were my team before drama happened. My favorite MVP of all time? Probably either Jonek or Proper. Do I own the Danteh fan account? I do not. Enough about that, though. You get it. New chapter for both sides. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Next, we'll have some recent stuff, actually. Not even 24 hours ago. Hangzhou Spark have officially made it so their team only has Chinese players right now. They got rid of Alphayi and Irony. Irony maybe not that surprising considering they replaced him mid-season. But Alphayi's a bummer because he was pretty good in his rookie year. He proved himself on a variety of heroes, Like the Tracer, he looked good on Reaper, he had a good Genji, he was good on Echo. Yeah, Shy's still on Spark. Alphayi is a pretty versatile player. It's just unfortunate because the Spark are rumored to be going fully Chinese, because as Reshiram said, the rumor is RUI, former coach of the Hunters, is going there, and if RUI goes there, obviously they're going to be fully Chinese. So it makes sense that they'd get rid of Alphayi as well as Irony. They both have a lot of potential, especially Alphayi. I think Alphayi definitely finds a new home somewhere. There's a lot of places he could go. Some of these lower end teams could pick him up. Houston seems like a good destination if they don't get Pelican. If Choice A1's off charge, he'd go to charge. Even one of these rebuilding teams might get him. Boston could get him. I think Alphayi will be okay. Alphayi on Atlanta would be cool too, for sure. Do I think top-end teams will want him? I would say probably not, but the mid teams probably. Seeker to Mayhem? Maybe. Was Pineapple a good pickup? Yeah, I actually really like Pineapple. I think he's a good player. Irony I'm a bit less sure about, though. I think it's a bad look that he got benched mid-season. Not entirely all his fault because I'm not a big Coach Changun fan. He doesn't always know what he's doing. But I think Irony might need some more time to prove himself, unfortunately. But again, what this means most likely is goodbye Korean players. We're going fully Chinese. That's what they have left on their team as it currently stands. They still have Guxue, Shy, Pineapple, Super Rich. I expect all those guys to stay unless Guxue retires or whatever. So from there, that means that probably those rumors of them pursuing leave could come true. Spark tend to have a good bit of money to spend. They're never afraid to spend. They tend to build pretty massive rosters. So considering all these drops, you'd have to think that they're going to do everything they can to maybe make a move for leave, since Chengdu are probably going to rebuild. And I'm just saying, if they pull it off, Shy leave, that's a terrifying thought if they can piece it together and bounce off one another properly. Dear Lord. I just, that's so much explosiveness in one starting DPS lineup. Come on now. Can you imagine them in a Sojourn, Tracer? They could play anything really because Lee's such a flexible player. Man, that's literally all you need is those two. You could get a third guy off the bench as well if you wanted to. But man, oh man, if they get RUI and leave on this team, they're going to be a problem. They have Pineapple, so technically they don't even need another DPS, but they could get a fourth. Maybe get another tank player, someone who plays the off-tank stuff. Get a better flex support, and the Spark will be in business, man. The Spark will be absolutely Scary. Hear me out. I think this. What if the Spark go for Molly? I think people low-key sleep on Molly. Molly's a good player. He just needs the right home. He's always been solid, just in bad situations usually. I think Molly, Super Rich, Pineapple, Leave, Shy, Gushway, plus some sort of other tank is scary. Yeah, Molly's Chinese. That's something that people don't know, is that Molly is Chinese. He's pretty good at speaking Korean, though. He's calmed in Korean a lot throughout his career. He's always played with other Koreans, even in contenders. Monk would also be a good pick. That's true. Monk or Molly, either one, I'm fine with that. I don't know what Rascal wants to do. If he has the motivation to play again, maybe he finds a team. He's pretty flexible. Do I think Owl will stay in China? Probably not. I'm assuming they're going to have all the Chinese franchises kind of go to Korea or whatever for the upcoming season. They'll relocate so they can actually play the game. Spark resigns Legion. I think it's a possibility. Rascal wants to be a support now. Is that so? Becky to charge. Becky to charge would be pretty neat. I'm not too worried about Spark, though. I kind of think Spark are going to be in a really good spot. Just given all the rebuilds going on, they'll probably want to be one of the best teams in APAC. And if they get, you know, a couple of star names onto this roster with what they already have, they will be an issue. They could be a really strong team. I'm excited. They got rid of freaking Chengun. Don't like him. Glad they have get a good coach now in RUI. And then you build around Shy and Leave, hopefully, and you're set. Any chances some of the orgs get moved to Japan? I don't know. We'll have to see. This will definitely be a Chinese super team if they can pull it off. Is it difficult as a content creator with all the delays? Oh, absolutely. I mean, have you seen my viewership lately? It's plummeting. No, we don't know when the next season will start. I want to see Vancouver pick up some American Tornado players since they have Aspire. The problem is I heard a lot of them are going to Toronto. Is NetEast going to sell Dragons? We'll see. But yeah, also part of the problem with making content right now is it's not as motivating just because there's so much of the stuff going on. I took like a couple days off after all this news came out about them moving the free agency window. It's just really depressing, you know? It gets to you. Because we were doing so good. Every stream was getting like 1 million+ views during playoffs. We hit an all-time high, and then immediately we dropped to a low again. It's just tough. Any news? We're kind of just going over stuff that's happened recently, like Prophet leaving Seoul, the Sparks drops, Danteh leaving Houston. No, nothing yet, Zan. Alphayi, though, I think there's a chance Alphayi finds a good team. Will I stream on the 23rd? I might. When is the 23rd? Is that on a it's on a Friday. Yeah, maybe I will. Stream, you know, the opening of free agency. That could be pretty fun. We'll talk about it, Colin. We'll talk about it. Yeah, I talked about Danteh. I'm excited for him. It's depressing that he's off of Houston, but I think he'll do all right. Alphayi just works in a Boston jersey. Yeah, it feels like a Boston move. Yeah, I'm going to watch it. Yeah, I think that'd be a fun thing to do, a little free agency day one extravaganza. I want to do some other streams too, though, very soon. I want to start streaming weekly if I can, at least once a week. Alphayi, though, I think the teams that make the most sense to me would be Charge if they lose Choice A1. And then, like, Boston. Or Houston if they lose Pelican. The Atlanta Character Tournament? Not sure what you mean. When on the 23rd will free agency start? Not exactly sure. It's kind of weird to see Houston going fully Korean just because, you know, at the start of their journey in 2018, they were not interested in like fielding a lot of Korean talent. They're like, we're the American team. We're so cool. And now look at them. What I think about Spitfire, they're in a decent spot. Can't really complain. They're more set than most teams in the league. They're not anything out of this world, but they're not bad. Yeah, we'd all like OWL to expand, but it's just not possible. Crimzo to Vancouver would be pretty dope. Yeah, in terms of streams, though, I kind of want to do more stuff like this for sure. I might also stream the game. Stream some ranked. Maybe play with viewers, too. That's a pretty cool idea. And also, even though for the longest time I was against it, I might bring back tier list streams soon. Because it's like such a heavily requested thing that people always want me to do. I took one season off from it. So I might bring it back. Just because I know the people want it. Not the biggest fan of tier lists, but I might do it. Oh yeah, I saw that, Absol. That's right. I know what you're talking about now. I talk about NYXL. I did not. We will get to that, though. Probably players, but we can expand it into other things, Adam, for sure. I haven't really heard anything, Ori, and I mean, it makes sense. The free agency start isn't even here yet. Maybe Normans, we'll see. Okay. So now for the big thing I wanted to talk about that kind of made me depressed for like 5 days. And that would be the sad news that the free agency window got moved for a second time. Sean Miller said, you know, as we continue work through the details and structure of 2023, we're going to be pushing back the free agency window to December 23rd and the 5-player minimum deadline to March 13th, which is like a good bit after when it originally was. They could delay free agency again, according to the rumors. But yeah, so the thing that makes this really, really sad is that for the second time in a row, they did it a day before the start of free agency. I just think that's incredibly messed up that you'd wait that long. I understand this stuff changes dynamically. It's not easy to keep track of, but shouldn't you have a general idea of where teams are at and, you know, that they're not really prepared yet and that they need more time and that there's too much going on? Shouldn't you have a better idea of this, like, on a day-to-day basis instead of at the last second? I just don't understand it. I don't understand doing it the day before. Like, you know, put out a general warning. Do, like, at least a week in advance. Do something. I was so hyped. I remember both times, you know, excited. We're getting there. Free agency's going to start. Psych, we're moving it. Psych. It's really frustrating. I'm not sure yet, Normans. We'll have to see what they want to do. I think the first time everyone's like, yeah, it makes sense. You know, the China drama's going on. It's understandable. But the second time was like a real thorn in your side. To do the same thing is just absolutely brutal. You shouldn't be waiting until like the 11th hour, so to speak. Like, it was like, I think, okay, so this was made at 12 p.m. So literally 12 hours before the start of free agency, they break this out. What is your PR team doing? Like, what is management doing behind the scenes? Why are you waiting until the very last moment? And like, this is also a concern. This date got moved back, the 5-player minimum. We're going to start this season very late at the rate we're going. The 5-player minimum's on March 13th? That is a long way away from us. We're mostly waiting, Alex. Yeah, OWL players are having to back out of contracts again, true. But we're definitely in a situation, though, where we could be starting the latest we ever have. Like, that's just my honest opinion. I'm hoping that's not the case, but with the rate that we're going at, I wouldn't be surprised if we start like a couple of weeks into May this time. I was really, really hopeful we were going to start in April, but I have a lot of doubts it starts in April now. Because this is the 5-player minimum, right? That's not even the 6-player minimum. Like, let me go to the news. Like, where's... roster construction rules. I think this was it. Key dates. They don't even have... Wait. They have the 5-player minimum, but they don't even have a 6-player minimum yet? Huh. Yikes. Yeah, the league used to start in... Yeah, the first year of the league started in February. How times have changed. And remember, they played 40 games that season. Crazy. Isn't it absolutely crazy how downhill things have gone? Season 1, we were so full of life. There was so much excitement. Oh, yeah, no, it was January. Second season was February. That's right. Wasn't there a post saying you didn't need 6 players? Maybe. Oh, I know, right here. All teams are required to have 6 players signed. So, no. The before times. Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think it was January. We'll get to that, though. So, yeah. So, that's the first problem, right? The day before, yet again, the second time, delaying things, making us all depressed out of our minds as we wait. But it makes sense. I give them that. You know, obviously, you got to do it, make their APAC team's comfortable. You got to listen to their feedback, make sure they're prepared, give them competitive integrity and whatnot. But when you do it the day before, like literally like 12 hours before the start, when you have these plans set in store, and you have general managers who didn't even know about it, that is not okay. Like, here's the pre-tweet, right? Once was fine, maybe twice. The day before, when teams have been working themselves to the bone to get offers in order to negotiate with players, run trials to give their players chances of winning, just to have it blown up with no warning at the 11th hour is totally unacceptable. And he's right. He is 100% right. You need to do what's important for the APAC region, as he says here. You need to make sure they're getting fair treatment. But when you don't tell the NA teams what's going on, that's not okay. This is simple communication. This is simple communication. This isn't a complicated thing. You just have to say, like, you keep everyone in the loop. Keep your managers in the loop with, like, some sort of, like, messaging system. Like, I don't know. Get everybody together and say, like, a week before, it seems like these teams might not be ready. Be prepared for another delay. Like, just tell them that. That's all you have to say. That's it. Communication is such a simple and easy thing that does not need to be overly complicated. But then, like, you have all these teams working hard. You have this set in stone date, right? So you have everyone working their butts off, missing things, grinding, pitching. And as Pre puts it, anticipating player paychecks to make rent. This is huge. Like, players are making these deals so they can pay their rent and get money. It's really important for their living situation. And now you can't give them a contract yet, because officially you can't offer any sort of deal until late this month. That screws people over. There are jobs on the line here. And like I was mentioning earlier, you really, really have to keep in mind that nothing is official until the 23rd. Everything is like a handshake or like a verbal agreement, so to speak. Teams are like trying out and saying, yeah, I want to come here, but they could back out at any given moment. They don't have to stay. They could change their mind. Like, just as an example, the rumor has it that Twilight, I think, could be looking into the Philly Fusion. Let's say they, for some reason, had a deal set in store. You know, Twilight wants to go to Philly. He's made up his mind. But then 2 weeks later, you know, it's still not the 23rd. He says, you know what? I changed my mind. And that screws Philly out of getting, you know, like a high-level free agent, and they have to look all over again. That kind of stuff can happen in sports. So you keep delaying the dates, and you could run into these kinds of problems now. It's infuriating. Anything can change. You don't see this stuff, like, it's unreal. You caught me in a rant right now, Enzui. Yeah, I heard, Dylan. It's interesting. Yeah, sir, for sure. I'm happy that OWL is like accommodating for the APAC region. It's really good. They're in a really, really hard spot. I'm sure it's extremely stressful on them for everybody. But you can't ignore half of your franchises and their management. You just can't do that. It's unacceptable. Tell somebody what's going on, so then you can adjust accordingly. This type of stuff throws everybody, you know, in a tough spot. Instead of having half of the teams be concerned, you have all of them being concerned. And the only ones that aren't complaining are the ones that already have their team set together, you know, like London, for example. And it's not just Pre, you know, it's just as proof. He's not the only manager. Florida's manager, Albert, really disappoints in the communication surrounding this. The first push was already frustrating enough. To find out there's a second push with less than 24 hours notice before the window opens is frankly ridiculous. And then he goes on to say, he found out about this announcement through Twitter. Bro, you're telling me this man had no idea what was going on while they were planning this? Like, he's a general manager in the Overwatch League looking to build his team. Hello? What are you doing, OWL? Who is in charge? Like who is in charge of letting this stuff known? Like, even if you're finding out recently, you got to keep your managers in the loop. You can't just keep them in the dark, even if you yourself, like, aren't totally certain. If you're uncertain of what's going on, you make that known. Oh my god, it's so annoying. What are you doing, Al? What the heck are you doing? Sean Miller, whoever, like, come on. Communicate. This is, like, so uncomplicated. You're a professional organization, so to speak. Like, you can send an email, you can, you know, there's Discord, you have all this technology, Slack, you name it. And you're just gonna sit there and do nothing and make these managers find out their Twitter like the general public? Come on, man. If a general manager in your professional organization is finding out through Twitter that their plans have to completely change, that is absurdly messed up. And I think every manager that's frustrated is completely entitled to be frustrated. Yeah, you are getting very angry, ATP, because I'm just fed up with it. It is so unprofessional to do this kind of thing. No, it wasn't. It was not told. Albert, you know, Florida Mayhem's manager, as well as Pre, the Washington Justice manager, had no clue. And I'm sure there's other ones. I'm sure there's other ones too. We have teams in the middle of, like, having jobs on the line, you know, sacrificing their time right before the holidays. There is so much going on. I said Washington, didn't I? Boston manager, you know what I mean. I'm freaking out right now. I'm triggered. Former Washington manager. You got to get it together. Like, I'd understand if it's like a complicated issue, like the thing going on in China is complicated and it's tough, it's out of your control. I get it. But bro, This is so uncomplicated to just like talk to somebody, to talk to the people that run your teams right before Christmas and the holidays. Like, do I think they'll push it back again? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. And if they do, they better actually tell somebody and warn them. This is the kind of stuff that makes the league look like a joke. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It is the absolute truth that I'm telling you right now, chat. Al does need to have a Discord server with all the GMs in it. I bet they do, too. They're just not saying anything. I wouldn't be surprised, Horizon. Yeah, outsiders are probably looking at us and be like, wow, this league's full of clowns, you know? Like, who's running the show here? At this point, it doesn't feel like anyone's running the show. It just blows my mind, chat. It blows my freaking mind, dude. No, this isn't normal. That's the thing. This, obviously, there's challenges that come through this. I think that the situation that the APAC team's in right now are just, it's really tough. A lot of them are forcefully having to rebuild now. They don't even know their future. Like, Seoul for the longest time didn't know what they were going to do. They're terrified. A lot of teams are in a tough spot, unless you're like Hangzhou Spark, Philly Fusion, maybe Charge. Most teams in APAC are going to be probably building from the ground up, I feel like. Yeah, Reshiram, like, I thought that was bad, the Myeongbong thing, but this is... Ugh. What's happening in China? I mean, it's pretty simple. Blizzard can't agree to a new licensing agreement, so boom. Everything's blowing up now. That the Chinese players, like, what the heck do they do? You can't play in China now because the game's not going to be available to you. It's just crazy how low things are getting with this type of thing, you know? Like, there's been some bad things in the past, but this is absurdly annoying. It's good that you want competitive integrity. I get that. I totally understand. You need to have equal treatment with these teams. You know, everyone in APAC right now are probably panicking, and I bet we don't even know the half of it. I mean, who knows what kind of changes they'll have to go through. But to ignore the other region like that, to ignore North America and not tell them? Like, did APAC even know? Did the APAC teams even know that the window was changing? Like, did all of them know? I don't get it. It's so unprofessional. It screws over everybody at every single level. It screws over whole teams. People have jobs on the line. They're depending on these paychecks, some of these people. Anticipating player paychecks to make rent. Like, this is serious stuff. People are trying to get stuff done here. I sure am. Yes, that's part of why I took a bit of a break with videos for a little. I've been like trying to recollect my thoughts. This is turning into a rant and I apologize. But damn, is it tough. You know, as someone who's been following this league since day one, the amount of unprofessionalism that we've seen build up over time leading to this is annoying. This offseason is very frustrating because it's very slow and, you know, it screws over people everywhere. I mean, hell, it even screws me over, not to be selfish, but like, it makes people less motivated to pay attention to OWL right now, which in turn makes my videos less desirable to watch. It hurts everybody. Nobody wins in this situation. Literally, there is no winner. There's no news, like there's nothing to talk about. That's why I want to start streaming more often just to get by. Is it true that Brig gets a new ultimate? I have no idea. How much longer I think the league will last at this rate? Okay, so that's the thing. I'm not too concerned about the league suddenly just going out after like 1 year. I think people overreact in that sense. But it's just harder to invest and like be happy when this kind of stuff comes out. I think the league's going to be okay, as in like it's not going to completely die out, but it's going to take a hit from stuff like this, and that's just all there is to it. League will be okay. But we look like clowns. Our community looks like a bunch of clowns. Our league looks like a bunch of clowns. Right when we hit an absolute high, I mean, we were really in such a sick spot. Overwatch 2 was fun for everybody. We had every single playoff stream just going absolutely off on the main Overwatch League channel. We were popping off. And then in a matter of months, we have crashed down right to where we started at the beginning of 2022, basically. I mean, it's not Owl's fault completely. I think it is dumb with their communication, but Blizzard and their inability to renegotiate with China, you know, it's not something they can do. So for that, I give them a little bit of slack, right? If Blizzard can't renegotiate their licensing agreement, then what can you really do? Everyone's screwed from top to bottom. Blizzard ruining everything as usual. Woohoo! Yeah, seriously, Bake. The odds of Hoxel and TZ finding a team? I'd say Hoxel is a decent chance. Oh, absolutely, Reshiram. I think anyone who has to be in the public of Overwatch League, like, and you work professionally, probably sucks. You know, like all these social media managers, they get hate for no reason. Like, everyone from top to bottom gets absolutely destroyed. Yeah, that's the thing, German guy. That's another good point, right? Some people aren't interested in the game, but, you know, their interest is, like, at least kind of still there by watching the league. But by doing that, you're just getting people to go away from Overwatch completely by going through these types of things. Yeah, academy teams are dead too. Everything's dead. I think I feel better now, chat, though. I'm glad I got that out of my system. It's been simmering. It's been boiling the last few days. Yep, true, Normans. They need help desperately. But it's, again, it's not all their fault right now. I think Profit could go to a Western team, but they'll have to be a good Western team. I think Water has a chance at Owl. Probably not. Yeah, at least there's contender stuff for people who care. Was I going to go over something with Yiska? I think I was. Yeah, this is what I was talking about before, the handshake agreement, waiting for checks. Oh, this also. Given that most teams annualize their rates, a lot of them effectively lost a month of salary and remain in limbo. Like, holy moly. Just because you couldn't get the right dates in place and you didn't move them faster. Come on now. And not every team will compensate for that either. So, like, bruh. And average salaries are set to plummet. Yeah, and look at the money that like the minimum salary that people earn too. It's just rough, man. Oh, brother. Oh, really, Reshiram? Yeah, even I have my limits, chat. I always try my best to stay positive and happy and go lucky. But when stuff like this happens, it really makes you mad. Especially when things were going so well. We were finally having a turnaround and it immediately died. Lesson to learn here? Communicate. If you're going to be a professional org, it requires communication at all fronts, and we're not getting any of that. Also, we don't have any specifics about the plan still, which is terrible. Although he says we're excited about potential changes coming next year, so that could be a bright spot. Maybe more LAN events. I don't know what exactly they have cooking. Maybe some good stuff could be happening. I think there's a chance things could get better, but right now we're in a really sucky spot. Oh, absolutely, Adam. There better be some better communication. Yeah, exactly, NG. True. Yeah, I'm not sure. Time for the league to begin in June. Might as well at this point. Yeah, I mean, the sad fact of the matter is, Spark, only some of these players are getting the big bucks. I want to see more players in AL from Canada. Yeah, me too. Yeah, only some people get those big contracts, you know, the biggest names. If you're not one of those people, you're really not making that much, probably. Yeah, like season 1, season 2, like I remember the amount of money, like the rumors of like how much Sinatra was gonna get, Decay, Sparkle, like these guys were getting mad money. I remember Decay, wasn't it like 150k, like 200k? It was like a lot that was getting offered for Decay. I remember that. That bidding war was insane. And now look where we're at. It was 300k. Holy. Oh my god. Is that really true? Is 300k? LA Gladiators Decay contract. I don't know if that's even public information. Oh, wait, this is not what I want. Yeah, I don't see anything. Probably makes sense though, it was that much money. Regardless, only some people make that type of money. Yeah, I want to see Jonek back too, but I believe his health isn't quite in a good place yet still, unfortunately. Yeah, like Titans players, like, oh, dividing Sir on the Glads in 2019. Wow. That's the tweet about Decay. All right, I want to see this now. Dang, Reshiram, that's some good. Divide. Wait, I'm subscribed to him. What am I doing? Boo. Oh no, I think I missed it. It was back up. There we are. Where is it? Oh wait. The current bid has exceeded 300k. Holy. That's crazy. It's a lot of money. So he probably made over 300K. Wow. That's crazy. Decay made all that money just to leave after 1 year. Oh, Megalo. Jonak game on Kiriko. Yeah, it'd be insane. Oh, I mean, I don't know about Stalker, but Lip was, probably to pay a bag for him. He's one of the best players in the world. Was there ever a player coming to OWL from another esport? Like, some OWL players are switching to Valorant, like Carpe or Sinatra. Do you mean someone who, like, switched to OWL who was, like, never in Overwatch before? Yeah, exactly, Reshiram. I mean, Paris went all out for 1 year, and then that was it. Patty Penn switched to OWL, but he was originally an Overwatch player. I think he means, like, was there a guy who never played Overwatch before who just swapped to it? Like, think someone who had no competitive history. Gamsu, Gamsu used to be a League player before playing Overwatch. Yeah, I remember Gamsu was a League player, went to Overwatch, and now he's back in League again, which is sick. Gamsu's a god. What I think of the casters? I like them. I don't have any complaints. So that takes care of that. That's pretty much all the stuff that's gone down, really. I mean, it's been very quiet. Yeah, true. Hottie's one of the faces. You're gonna go take a final? Good luck, Reshiram. Good luck. Hello, opposed? Yeah, I mean, Proper is still definitely a face of the league, even if he's not, like, the big personality of someone like Super, just because of how good he was. Or is. Did I miss anything, chat? I think I'm pretty caught up. I talked about Prophet at the beginning of the stream. We talked about Danteh. Oh yeah, Danteh played Minecraft, true. Talked about the Spark stuff. Any news from Halo? No, he's been pretty quiet. I don't think so. It's a lot of nonsense on the timeline right now. Yo, it's sick. Lawrence Tynes followed him. That's awesome. Yeah. Hello, James. Yeah, he does get a lot of hate. So yeah, I don't think any other big OWL news has gone down so far, but for those who might have missed it, Overwatch Korea announced something exciting for all of my old heads out there. They're bringing back 4 OG Apex teams to play and compete in, I'd say, probably a little tournament. GC Busan, Kangdu Panthera, Lunatic High, and Runaway. 4 absolute classic teams that have competed in some of the most legendary matches of all time. And they're bringing back a lot of those classic players too, man. Yeah, like, since if we're thinking GC Busan, you think Gesture, you think Prophet. Kangdu Panthera, there's a lot of exciting guys there, whether it be Rascal or Fissure. I don't think Void, because he's retiring, but like Rascal, Fissure. Lunatic High is Ryu Jae Hong, Toby, Eska, Who Are You? Maybe Miro gets in there. That would be pretty sick. And then Runaway, you could do so many things with them. Bumper, Janu. I don't think Kaiser got invited. Hoxel, Stitch, Twilight, Slime, Runner. It's really, really exciting. These are four of the most legendary franchises in the history of Overwatch, and they're back for a little bit of exhibition, so to speak. Oh yeah, like Rascal, Eska, Prophet, Hoxel, Gesture, Bird Ring. I forgot about Bird Ring. Like, wow. I do remember that, Adam. It was fun. Guido, yeah, there's so many classic people. All right, chat. They haven't revealed the rosters yet, but which team do you think is going to be favored to win it? By the way, this event is happening on Friday, so be sure to tune in. If you're American, you'll probably have to watch the VOD. I mean, December 9th at 6 p.m. is like the AM for Americans. But yeah, if I'm putting money on it, I'm kind of liking Kongdu Panthera. I know there are like a lot of like retired players, but if you put Bird Ring and Rascal back together, that could be pretty nice. I don't know, man. From what I saw, I'd go with Runaway. Runaway for sure has a good chance too. GC Busan, if they have Prophet on their team, have a pretty big advantage because he's like a guy that actually still competes. Depends on who rounds out these rosters, though. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of familiar faces on all of them. I don't think they've revealed the rosters yet, unfortunately. I want to know who's on each team. I think we all want to see Vancouver be good again. Oh yeah, Penguin's going to make Vancouver great again. True, him and Math. Gonna have Janu on Runaway. I'll be super mad. We'll see. There's a lot of potential options. Chengdu Hunters 2021, they're dead. Dej. Sag. Hoxel Bumper back at it, yeah. I mean, last year they played and it was fun. I remember Bumper played a ton of different off-tanks because they were still Overwatch 1. Bumper was playing like Sigma and stuff. It was really, really fun and entertaining, and that match went the distance too. I'm not sure what to expect though. I don't know how many of these players are really good enough anymore. I don't think we will see. I'm pretty sure I heard Kaiser didn't get invited, if I remember correctly. I feel like it'll be Bumper as the runaway tank. I wouldn't go that far for Aspire, but he could be really good. Like, I'm just trying to envision what some of these teams will look like. So Runaway could have a backline that's still playing professionally. Twilight, Slime, Bumper, Hoxel. You could go Stitch. That'd be pretty solid. Yes, dog indeed. Meanwhile, Lunatic High, do I play with my viewers? Occasionally. It's something I'd like to do again very soon. I was thinking about it in the near future. I did it once before during the beta, but I want to do it more. I think it's fun to play with viewers. It's just a matter of finding the time to. It's always complicated to set up. That's the worst part. A Lunatic High team could consist of Jaehong, Toby at backline, 2 retired support players. I think they could probably get Who Are You in there. We saw Eska, didn't we? Was Eska in there? Yeah. And maybe have Guido as well. Yeah, 2 legendary retired support players. This is true. Yeah, I'd like to do some quick play again. I did it during the beta. It was a good time. Overwatch Korea posted a vid with some of the players. I mean, I'm kind of looking at it here. So comparatively speaking, I feel like Lunatic High versus Runaway, I feel like Runaway's better. Because, like, their tank's going to be Miro. Zumba plays Valorant. So, probably Miro at tank, right? Lunatic High in general is just iconic. I mean, you have to remember, at the end of the day, it's all for fun, so a lot of these games will probably be very, very close. Let's look at GC Busan. We did not get to see them in a showcase last year, but just because you have Prophet, you're immediately going to be in the game, I feel like, because he's still playing at a top level compared to a lot of these old men who are retired, so to speak. Where even is Eska? I mean, I don't know what he's doing these days. I know he finished up his military service somewhat recently. So GC Busan would have Prophet for sure, and then you could probably get Hurek in there. Is Hurek coaching still? No, he's not. You probably get Hurek in there still, though. Gesture would be in there, obviously. Their support line, though? Oh, God. Are they really going to have Closer and Hagopun at their support line? Oh, jeez. I don't know how I feel about that. They just don't have a lot of options. They don't have a lot of players that actually played for them in their history. After they won Apex, they were gone. That was it. Yeah, I too forget sometimes that Closer played on London. Okay, so right now, it seems like GC Busan's the worst out of the ones we've looked at. I won't lie to you. If Prophet has this to work with, he's gonna have to carry like a madman. And we also have Kongdu Panthera. They've had a lot of, wait, am I spelling that right? Panthera. Kongdu. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Prophet would absolutely be the best player in this tournament. Kongdu actually has a lot of options if they were to just pick anybody who played for them. But given that, like, it seems like all the stuff they're showing in these promos are like Apex players, you have to look towards here. And Kongdu's team ain't too bad. I don't think Void will be there, but Fissure as the tank would be dope. I want to see Fissure back in action. Fissure back with Birdring and Rascal again sounds awesome. Their support line would be kind of weird. I mean, Badoshin they could have, which is good. I forgot that Badoshin was on this team, man. Wow. Sometimes I forget. It's been a long time. Badoshin and Waka Waka. Waka Waka. Lucio, Soldier, and Diva. I see that you've played a lot of things, my friend. Kongdu, though, generally looks pretty decent outside of, like, main support. I think Fissure, Birdring, Rascal could take you very far. Always, even to this day. Especially against other retired players. Yeah, this logo is nice. Any big moves recently? Not really. I mean, how caught up are you, Dolly? Depends. So out of these teams, I feel like GC Busan's the worst overall. They have the best player probably, but the worst team overall. Probably then Runaway would be my 2. Then Kongdu 3. Or Kongdu 1 or 2. Yeah, I'd say like Kongdu, Runaways like 1 and 2. Lunatic High 3. Would Fissure still carry? I think so. Also, did you see that Dante's off Houston, Dolly? Because that happened after Lip. Dante's off Houston. Prophet's off Seoul. Alphayi and Irony are off of the Spark. Also, I forgot to mention, chat, Seoul did get Wizard Young. Seoul got Wizard Young as their new... Or not Seoul. God. I mean Atlanta. God. Seoul got rid of Wizard Young. And he went to Atlanta. They brought back MMA, though, which is cool. Yeah, Dante's off Houston. He is a free agent. Yeah, Runaway was very fun. It's a shame they couldn't finish it off those couple times they're in the championship match, but, you know, at least they're a part of some history. I like MMA. He seems like a good coach. Smurf Shock? I'm going to say probably not, but it would be cool. I'd say Smurf Shock or like Smurf Houston makes the most sense. I think Danteh can get re-signed. He's not going to go back to Houston. I promise you he's not going back to Houston. But he will find a new team, certainly, because he is currently a free agent as either a flex DPS or tank, so he has options available to him. But yeah, Wizard Young is on Atlanta Reign to help with Gator, who's the coach now, which is still so weird to say. They've been posting a lot. Am I crazy? Didn't they get him? Where is it? There it is. Atlanta's cooking something spicy. That's true. Probably Adam, probably. It is pretty cursed that Houston are in a pretty good spot now. They've got the coaching, they have a decent looking roster, although it's gonna change, I think. I suspect that Merritt is going to be off the team based off of his social media, which I'll just show again. All the Houston's information is gone now. Why won't Danteh go back to Houston? It seems like they want to go fully Korean. Like, it doesn't seem like Dante's going back to Houston. He is very sad. You know, he's been there for 4 years. They're going to go with a Korean team. Fully. And he'll be LFT, looking to go somewhere else. He's run his course on Houston at the end of the day. He's been there a long time. I mean, Danteh to Vancouver would be funny. Yeah, no, Gladiators, we don't know what their plan is yet. The rumor is they're going to sign Kai, though. Smurf to Houston? That's what I think is probably going to happen. I could be wrong. Can coaches also get offers exactly like players? I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm streaming mostly because I wanted to rant and just go over the stuff I haven't talked about yet. I mostly wanted to rant about the signing window being moved, which I did. I ranted about that for like a good 20 minutes, and how mad it made me. Well, not the fact that they moved it, because I think it makes sense, but just like the way in which they did it. Anything new on the China situation? No. ATP using us to vent? I wouldn't go that far. I think a lot of people just want to know my thoughts on it. Danteh to Glad's Boston. Yeah, those seem like pretty likely destinations. Oh, you're right. I didn't talk about alexyOWL. I said I was going to, and I never ever did. Am I still a Valiant fan? No, I dropped them after season 3. Or no, what was it? Liz. Let's talk about New York and how cursed their situation is, chat. Where is the report? What day was it on? Oh, God. Oops. Remember she talked about it somewhere? Oh, here we go. alexyOWL is trying to build a marginalized gender roster for the Overwatch League. This has since been scrapped, I believe. But it was like very, very big drama when this was first revealed that this was their plan. Aramori here kind of puts it pretty well. There are very few, if any, OWL players who are also marginalized gender, OWL level players. This means that in terms of actual competition, the roster will struggle dearly. Think Season 1 Shanghai Dragons. And this is really bad if they decide to go through with this, as it only hurts the player base and the community, you know, that we've been growing with calling all heroes. It just puts us backwards. You know, because there's so many people out there who just hate on marginalized genders. It's just a horrible thing. Everyone's human. They should be treated like that. But, you know, the haters out there will just laugh. They'll laugh if this kind of team was ever made. Like, purposely doing it basically as a PR thing. Like, I get the intentions. Like, you want to have a cool roster like that to represent marginalized genders. But, bro. You can't just force it. It's got to actually be a realistic thing. If all these people were OWL level, it would make sense. But most of them wouldn't be. The team would suck. You gotta pick them up for skill, not diversity, exactly. I don't want it to be forced. I want, you know, people like Aspen and whatnot to get signed for a real reason, not because of who they are as a person. Let their skills do the talking. Like what Geguri did back in the day for Shanghai when she joined the league. It's gotta be like that. It's gotta feel right. Yeah, it's clearly a PR stunt. If an OWL team truly wanted to support marginalized genders, then put the resources into calling all heroes. You gotta be patient with it. Oh yeah, here's the article. This is what I was looking for. New York Excelsior was intending to create an Overwatch League team made up of marginalized genders. And it just doesn't really solve anything. Yeah, Geguri got signed for her skill, but it was also really scary because a lot of people were like, "Oh, you're a girl, you can't be good, you're cheating." Like she got death threats and all these things. That's what I absolutely hate sometimes about this scene in esports in general. It can be really hard, you know, to get anywhere competitively if you're a woman. Like, it's just horrible. It's not, gaming in general is just not a welcoming environment still for women, and I hate it. You see it all the time. This is no longer going to happen, though, keep in mind. I believe that this idea has been scrapped since. But the fact that they're even considering it is disgusting. This is nothing more than a PR stunt. That's all it is. You want to try and basically buy your fans, like, by representing marginalized genders, and it's just not right. You got to do it correctly. Like, I want to see Aspen join a team for a real reason and not for any sort of dumb reason. But it's just so hard. There's so much prejudice in the scene. There's so much going against women. There's a lot of sexism. Like, it's a combination of a few things, you know? It's a combination of a lot of these people not being exactly, you know, skilled enough to be OWL level, but then also people getting taken out of having a real shot because they're a woman or because they're bi or because they're trans, whatever it may be, you know? And like they were offering just a bunch of random people. I just don't understand. It just sets the scene back because they wouldn't win. You're literally setting up a team to fail if you do this. I get New York in a really stupid spot right now, but do it right. This is like a horrible PR stunt, and that's all it is. Upon further discussion about how there aren't enough people to make a tier 1 professional team, it came off as a bad idea that was only set out for PR. Exactly. I mean, I'm assuming they want to go Western New York. Is Aspen OWL level? I think she might be. I mean, you could, on one hand, you could argue maybe she isn't, if she hasn't made a team yet, but at the same time, you don't know what happens behind the scenes in terms of tryouts and everything. But I mean, Reiner, I think it was Reiner on Reddit who said that she's definitely OWL level. And if he's saying that, then surely. She's put in a lot of work. She has a lot of skill. She's intelligent. I think she could at least be a decent player. I mean, she's not going to be anyone that's like a superstar, but why not? Why not her? If there's any woman who deserves to be an OWL, it's her. But I don't want to look at it like that, you know? She's just a good player, and that's why she should be in. It'd be cool to have the representation. Definitely. Gender shouldn't have to play a part. It should just be, you're good, so you should be on the team. You're not good enough, you're not on the team. It sucks that this is the world we live in sometimes. Yeah, Aspen's a great player. Also, I didn't realize this. New York don't want to consider a mixed roster because the statement isn't wide enough. Sources say the organization won't listen to the Mira downsides for such an endeavor, which could lead to a disaster. It would just hurt so many people. It really would. It would hurt so many people if they forced something like this. I believe it was in League or some other esport, League of Legends, where they try and force something like this, and it was a disaster. Like, you have to learn from your peers, so to speak. Don't force it. That's it. That's all. Like, are you really this worried about trying to build a likable team that you're going to this length? It just proves that New York and what they're running over there is really, really sad. It is hollow and disingenuous. It's true. In my opinion, I've said this in videos, I really firmly believe that New York Excelsior are lucky that they were good. I think they lucked into getting a good roster that they didn't actually have to build. They just picked up a bunch of people from LW Blue, essentially, and called it a day. And they were lucky that they ended up being good for a couple of years. Like, seeing how things have gone since they got rid of that core, like, what other proof do you need? They are failing miserably. 2021, regression. 2022, even more regression. In 2023, we just narrowly avoided a disaster with them. Thankfully, they listened to common sense from the community. Seriously, they got exposed for who they really are. And this only messes up their reputation even more that they'd go for something like this. NYXL and Titans do have similar histories, it's true. But at least Titans are trying, you know, they're actually putting in an effort without being cringe. It's just they don't have a lot of money to spend. New York are consistently failing, and it breaks my heart because I nearly decided to become a fan of them after I left Valiant. Because I'm a New York sports guy. I like the Giants and the Knicks and the Yankees and whatnot. But I just couldn't get attached to the team, and I'm glad I listened to that because look at where they are now. They look like a clown show, man. Whatever team they build is probably going to suck. Let's just call it how it is. They won't be good again for a third straight year. You might finally leave Valiant. Who do I root for? I mean, it depends. Who's really calling out to you, you know? That's what you do. Will there be a recap video? Not for a long time, sadly, because there's no news. There's literally no news, so I cannot report on anything. There's nothing to recap, unfortunately, and it's depressing. Think I might root for Toronto? Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm just really disappointed that New York would go to these lengths. Like, their management, man. Their management is so lucky they had what they did the first few years. That's all I'm going to leave it at. This organization's a fraud and they got lucky. I'm willing to stand by that. I'm going to die on that hill. Shock's future? They're looking good. I don't even know if they will build an exciting roster. I go to think Paris/Vegas will be next season. Probably bottom tier. Oh, sounds good, Normans. Have fun. I don't know. Toronto, I'm low-key might root for too. We'll see. Although I'm also thinking I might go Florida. I don't know. Florida's kind of calling to me. I really like how they're playing. We'll see. I might just stay neutral again. Any coaches that could look for a new team? Maybe. I'm sure we will eventually, Edgar. Just stay patient. I'll root for whatever Majet and Crimzo go. Nice. Yaki, I could see on Boston, maybe? If not, I think if Guangzhou Charge lose Choice A1, I could see Yaki going there. We shall see. If Dallas can still have some kind of team and they lose Sparkle, Yaki could go there, I guess. Alphayi, Florida. It wouldn't make sense. They already have Checkmate, who's like a similar player. Unfortunately. Hydron and Kaluge combo. I mean, the rumor is Toronto Defiant will be getting a lot of American Tornado players. I'll play the video for anyone who maybe hasn't seen it. Halo reported on it. Here we go.
Story time with Halo Thoughts, baby. Once upon a time, there is a now fabled North American contenders team called American Tornado. They dominated the scene, they dominated North America, they also dominated the collegiate as well. Last year, unfortunately, when they came of age, they had to go their separate ways. But I can now confirm that, according to multiple sources, the American Tornado is now a Canadian Tornado, as they will be joining Casores at the Toronto Defiant. It will be Reiner, Kaluge, Sam, UVA, OG, Speedly, and Hydra. So all you AT fans are probably about to be wearing Defiant black and red.
There you go. That's the rumor, at least right now. Rumor is American Tornado on the way to Toronto Defiant. So we'll see Reiner, Kaluge, and Hydron all together again. Yeah, it is pretty funny, Penguin. Rename them, rebrand to North American Tornado. I mean, problem solved, right? Wow, that roster just to keep it one season? Yeah, Deku, truly. Canadian Tornado. What tank is LA Glads getting then? Who knows? Could go for Smurf. Perhaps. Danteh. Just throwing out some names. Kellen, maybe I've heard. Or maybe go Hanbin or Fearless if they lose fuel. Look, I mean, Liquipedia rumors? Some juicy Titans info. Yeah, I heard about the Titan stuff. Isn't it like Punk, then Faith, and someone else? Yeah, False was on American Tornado. Correct. I heard Dallas might be breaking up, but I don't have any confirmation on that. At least some of them. I feel, in my opinion, I mean, I have no source, but in my opinion, Boston are going to be a dark horse team that could make a big name signing. I just have this feeling because they have new management, they have a new team. Oh god, my OBS is freaking out. What was I saying? Pre was a good GM on Washington. He helped turn them around. I think he could help Boston do the same. Maybe he could convince Decay to join there, or like someone along those lines. Thoughts on Striker right now? And I don't really have much to say on Striker. I think maybe he finds a new team. I mean, he's not really what he used to be. He's just a good player. Not amazing, but good. Yeah, Boston very well could be good. Try refreshing, Edgar. Try refreshing. Imagine Striker to Florida. Yeah, that would be a weird one, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Have I talked about the Justice yet? Just got here. I have not. Yo, Lopez. Striker as a coach would be kind of fun. Justice, there's not really much to talk about. They're pretty silent. Pretty radio silent. I mean, right now, just based off of how things are going, I feel like the top dogs are probably the Shock. Just my honest opinion. I think that they have like a pretty complete roster. They got really far. A lot of teams might be falling apart and not being the same as they once were. Like, they only have Violet, Finn proper on the team right now, but I think they're going to be pretty sick. Another good team could maybe be Gladiators if they rebuild correctly, if they can maintain some of their guys. Atlanta Reign are definitely a shout now. Maybe Toronto could be good, just because they'll be one of the more complete rosters. I think Spark could be good, too, if they can get leave. The best full Western team in OWL history. Probably this London team. Probably this London team this year. Kilo to Florida? Maybe. Yeah, if Striker went to Boston for a third time, I'd be very confused. I doubt it, though. Leave plus Shy, yeah, that's pretty unfair. Not the first to say it, not the last either. Facts. Yeah, Prophet's still a free agent. He is available. Yo, what's up, Von QT? There's no updates on the APAC agreement currently. There is nothing. How come we haven't had many signings? Well, you can't sign anybody right now, Edgar. It's literally impossible because the free agency window doesn't start until December 23rd. So you're not allowed to actually sign players. You can only make trades, as Atlanta Reign did and whatnot. Sean Miller. Kilo gives you bird ring vibes. Interesting. Yeah, free agency window got moved to the 23rd. That's why you're not seeing anything. They pushed it back 12 hours before it was supposed to start. On the 2nd. This was announced 6 days ago. They pushed it back. They did it at the last second for the second consecutive time. I ranted about it for like a good 20 minutes earlier in the stream. I was pissed. All 24 is supposed to start at noon. Oh. Yeah, but 12 hours before the day, I should say. Yeah, it's very sad. And they did it without any warning, by the way. They didn't tell any of the general managers, so that's fun. That's, like, really cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream the start of free agency. Plenty Ramatra yet? No, not really, actually. I kind of touched him for like a few minutes in the practice range last night, but I just haven't had the time. You know, I worked on that new video, put some effort into that. And I generally took a break from Overwatch for a few days after this stuff came out. I just wanted nothing to do with Overwatch. I was so sad. Well, now you can't, lady. That's, or Cynthia, excuse me. Now you can't. Because now that you're in this situation where people are accustomed to having your APAC teams, you know, in Korea and everything, like you can't really upset that Asia fan base. You kind of have to stick with it at this point. They're too accustomed to having that. You know, China, I mean, they were pretty supportive, I guess, but Korea is still very supportive. There'd be a lot of outrage. And I, you know, it screws over some of the EU audience as well, because a lot of EU peeps, they can't watch all the NA stuff, so they kind of enjoy APAC. It's a tough situation to be in. I don't know, Joel, that's a good question. I mean, it could happen. I don't see why not. Yeah, that again, that's the problem with having a global league where you're like so invested in China and stuff like that. Like, if something like this happens, then what do you really do? Oh, it really sucks. I miss the old days. I miss the old days of having every single team together. Sag. I chose it. I'm doing all right. I miss when everyone competed in Blizzard Arena. Those were the days. Those were the freaking days, man. What if they redid that with a host city? I would love that. I would love if they did that. Because that's when that was when it was the most fun. That's when like the broadcasts were the most enjoyable. Everything was at the most enjoyable back then. It's a shame. Owl still consumes me, you know, I'm too invested in it at this point. But back then it consumed me before I was even making content. Oh man. I remember 2018 being in college, you know, coming home after a long day. You know, like there was like multiple days of OWL back then. It was like either like Wednesday through Sunday or like Thursday through Sunday. I don't remember what exactly it was, but you know, come home on a weekday after college, turn it on, enjoy some games. It was a fun time. And now look where we are, Sag. I think it'd be fun to have he sing in proper. I think there's times where they can play together. They're both so flexible. I'm not exactly concerned about that, personally. Now I think I've covered all the news, though, because we talked about New York, so I think we're just about up to speed again on what's going on, which isn't much, sadly. Who do I think's getting Shu? I truthfully have no idea. It's so hard to say what some of these teams are doing, if they're going to like remain competitive, so to speak, or if they're going to rebuild. Like, Shu's going to want, you know, mega money. Who's in a position to really offer him mega money who needs a flex support? That's what you got to think about. Reyna Vigilante. Boston, I guess, could maybe get Shu. But I don't know about that. You're going to have to convince him that you're going to sign some other big names. Dallas, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm scared for Dallas. Mayhem don't have a lot of money. Charged, probably not. Have I tried Ramatra yet? I played him for a few minutes last night. That was basically it. I haven't played him in an actual game yet. To be honest, I'm a little underwhelmed. I played a couple quick play games against him, and I was like, this isn't that bad. Houston Outlaws could maybe get Shu, but I feel like you kind of are more in a position to try and get Tank. That's where you want to spend your big bucks. Gladiators could always re-sign him. Fusion could get him. I heard they're in talks with Twilight, though, so they might get him. Obviously not Shock. Seoul, no. Shanghai, no. Toronto, no. Vancouver, no. Washington, no. So many of these teams aren't spending money. It sucks. Dallas might spend money, but they might not. Florida won't spend a lot. A lot of these teams either aren't spending money or they're like Western. It freaking sucks, man. Dallas could go for him, but it depends on what their roster looks like. A fantasy roster for each team? What do you mean by a fantasy roster exactly? I need more detail. You mean like for this season, like a dream scenario after free agency? Do you have Dono notification on? Oh, shoot. Wait. There we go. Penguin.
If I still have enough money to do this.
Penguin with the 50 bomb. My bad, Penguin. My thing was off. I don't know what happened, but thank you so much for the 50, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Sorry for not having the notifications on. I had it hidden for some reason. Appreciate you as always, though, bro. Means a lot to me. You're the best. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Penguin. I don't know if I really greeted you in the stream yet. Hope you're doing good. No, Seagull will not come back. I promise you that. After what Seagull went through on Dallas Fuel in Season 1, he ain't ever coming back. You like my voice? I appreciate it. Yeah, that's part of it. Sir is correct. It is the middle of the day on a Wednesday, but also people generally don't have a lot of interest right now in Overwatch League because it's depressing. Playing a lot of Ramatra and buffed Doom. That sounds awesome. The oldest OWL player ever competing? I think it was Cool Matt, was it not? Cool Matt was pretty old. Cool Matt was like freaking 30. Yeah, because Cool Matt stopped competing in what? 2019? Wait, no, he's on the team in 2020? Oh my god. What do you think is going to happen before the first OWL Season 6 game? Not exactly sure what you mean. I lost it when Sean Miller announced the delay. I low-key think it was already planned from the first delay. I mean, if it was, then it's really ridiculous they didn't tell any of the GMs. Would you be an upgrade from Fielder? It depends on the playstyle you're going after. It can be, but it could also not be. Because they play two totally different types of styles. Fielder's very soft, you know, like heal-oriented. Shu's very aggressive. Depends on the kind of team you build and what you prefer. Oh yeah, Kuma was a GM. Right. True. So he played for a couple years on Houston, so he's in his 30s for sure. God, that's so crazy. I mean, 30's like not even that like old, obviously, but for gamers it is. Kumat defied logic. Also, his name used to be Kumat69. He's the GOAT. Oh yeah, anything you want, Edgar. Anything. We just chilling. We're just chilling. If Shock get Vin Dame, do they trade Vin or Violet? No, I think you keep all of them. Screw it, man. Unless one of them's unhappy to be on the bench, I guess. 30 is not old, you shut your mouth. 30's old for gaming, not old in general. Could King get an offer? Yeah, I think so. Probably in a low-end team. I appreciate that, Devlin. No, like I feel like you know you peak when you're young for gaming, you know. Like 16 is like when you're a prodigy, so to speak, you know, like that like late teenage to like early adult years. Majed join on Sir Majed. I mean, yeah. 01 Esports. I mean, he's probably, for the time being, playing on there, you know, especially with what's going on. Oh, one. Oh, wait, actually, I can just do Sir Majed. Oh, no, he hasn't said anything. Never mind, lol. Oh, you like the Star Wars? Oh, nice. Glad you like it. I like to wear it around the house sometimes. It's pretty clean, you know, it's got like characters on the sleeves and stuff. It's nice. It's light, it's comfortable. How long are Hottie and Admiral on 01? I mean, probably just for like the time being. I think Reiner Kaluch starts on Canadian Tornado. I mean, it really depends on the meta, so to speak. I feel like Reiner will start, but depends. We just talking about lots of things. We kind of went over everything for today, so we're kind of just jumping across things now. We need a boomer league. Yeah, I agree. Let's just get all the OG players that aren't good enough and are washed. Get them all together. Call me Faye Fox? Gotcha. I'll try and remember that. The big names from contenders currently. I'm not the best person to ask about it, but it's hard to go wrong with O2 players. Hesangs and Max are both very, very big names to look out for. Amongst others, I mean, O2 in general is just terrifying. They literally win everything all the time. Look at this winning streak that they're on. Like, well, not a streak exactly, but look at how much they win in general. Oh yeah, that's right. Sin Parisa. They have some good players as well. Sin Parisa. You know, Sanguinar's classic 2U. Top Dragon, I think, is a good guy, right? Again, I'm not super familiar. For Western, Odyssey, Ex-Oblivionia. Yeah, true, true. I don't brush up on my contenders that much. I think there was a guy from Uprising Academy that I liked. He's not on there anymore. I think his name was Arrow. Yeah, I like this guy too. He's pretty good, Arrow. Choi Hyobin, yeah, me too. I'd love to see Sanguinar. I'd love to see Sanguinar get another shot. Arrow's 22. Yeah, this guy's younger than me. Dude looks like my dad. Look at this glow up. This is him in 2018. Bro. How this man has changed. Oh yeah, I actually heard Lee just looking like really, really good. I forget exactly what I was watching. I was watching something about Chinese contenders. God, I was doing some sort of research. But I remember watching him play in a match, and he looked pretty decent. I think I saw him playing Junker Queen. It was a long time ago. Oh, I know. I remember what I was doing. I was doing research to see what some of the Chinese teams could do for like a new tank player. That's what it was. Kaluj and Reiner are believed to be signing with Toronto Defiant. Which makes sense. I mean, all the American Tornado players want to play together. They're all homies. They want to run it back together. And why wouldn't they? They look so good in contenders. They'd be really good in OWL, I think. Or at least respectable, bare minimum. So much talent. And I think them playing together, you know, would just give them a lot of confidence. It'd be like the good old days again. And I like Casores as a coach, too. I think Casores is very underrated. He's been a solid coach on multiple really good Overwatch League teams. I thought he, you know, back in the day helped carry Atlanta Reign. He's good on Shock. Xiao Chang is back as a top Chinese tank. Again, he's back? What team does he even play for? Oh my god, look at those luscious locks. This man plays on Flagship Recreators. Plays with Kyo, Night God, Sea Wave. Interesting. Best tank signings for Shock. I mean, if you get Smurf, that'd be a dream. But also, Max is going to join them from O2 Blast, probably. I think because of... I think the thing with Gushue is, so long as he wants to play, he'll probably stay on Spark. They love him too much there. He's like the face of the franchise. I know Shy is kind of like taking over that role, but they just love him too much for what he's done over the years, I think. There's a team in Chinese contenders that's literally 2021 Valiant. That's hilarious. I think Shock should sign 2 tanks. Yes, I do. You think Canadian Tornado finished top 3? Wow. Oh yeah, I heard that other Prophet guy with a PH is good. Can you imagine if we have 2 Prophets in the league, like just spelled differently? The confusion. Solus Victorum. Solus Victorum. Yo, they got Crystal and Milan Run. Eileen. I want Eileen back in OWL. I miss Eileen. He was the GOAT, man. 2020 Eileen was goated. How old is Prophet? Oh, he'll be 18 next year. He could be in the league next year. If the league lasts that long, Pepe laugh. Milan Run looks good. That's awesome. What site is that to check teams and players? It's Liquipedia. Very, very useful resource if you want to research players, you know, their accomplishments. It's just a great resource. Highly, highly recommended. Max and Smurf to Shock would be OP. Yeah, I know, right, Penguin? I didn't even realize that they were that patient. Like, it's been so long since that drama happened. I can't believe they gave him all that time to, like, apologize. He's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna completely ignore you guys. They don't even need Max, but I think they'll get him because... I mean, even if you don't need him, it's better to have him than to give him to someone else. That's all I'm saying. A Mag Max tank line. Hot take for next season, Atlanta won't even get top 5. I mean, there's a lot of things that could go wrong, right? For sure. They have talent, but it's always a risk when you're running a brand new coach. I think Gator could be a good coach, but, like, I don't know. Because you have Lip, anything's possible. Vigilante, I think, doesn't get enough love. Shock DPS signing. They could go a lot of different ways for, like, hit scan. Max is just really good at the off tanks, from what I have seen. I think Gator honestly could be a good coach. It reminds me a lot of Toby this year, where he's ended up being good in his first situation. Gator's a smart guy, and I'm assuming he probably already got some coaching experience this year, since he didn't really play. Sometimes players do that when they don't play. You see them transition to coaching roles in that way. Wizard Young being there is interesting, though. Mirror? I don't know. I think a lower end team might pick him up. But I think Philly will rank. I think they'll be one of the better APAC teams. Since so many are rebuilding or, like, don't have money, I think Philly will be up there with the Spark as, like, potentially, like, a top 2 APAC team. Top 3. Depends on how they finish. Like, if they, like, nail their new support line, like, if they get, like, a top flex support, they'll be in pretty good shape, I think. Have I talked about some EU rumors? Not really, no. I think Edison and Proper could be good. Edison has already shown he can play next to, like, a guy who is, like, a big name player. Edison's a good guy to bounce off of. Yeah, it depends on the meta for sure. Mir could get his name called up. Alphayi. I'm a big fan of Alphayi to Boston. I think it's a very likely move. Yeah, Edison was him during the playoffs for sure. He was insane. But all I'm saying is he seems like a player that can, you know, share the spotlight and be okay with it. He's already proven it. No, I don't think a new team is coming to the league anytime soon. Yeah, that's what I like about Edison. He can do both. Oh, in terms of Shock hit scan, by the way, besides from Edison, I'd love to see them get Fitz. I feel like Fitz is like a very good signing for the Shock to make. I don't know why. I just like that. I like that move. I don't know, like, it makes sense to me. Fitz played alongside Prophet. And, you know, Prophet is like a bigger name. He's like a big star player. He's used to not having as much of the spotlight. It'd be the same thing. He'd just be supporting cast. Bird Ring on Shock could be interesting if he's still good enough. Yeah, true, Cynthia. Proper plus Prophet on Shock. It just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, same. I also want the new skins. Are the skins for newer heroes. Grio to shock? Probably not. Happy? Maybe. I think a lot of things killed Owl. Poor management, poor communication, drama from Blizzard, making poor decisions left and right, not balancing the game. There's a billion different things that go into it. I think a big problem is general lack of interest in Overwatch, the last few years. It hurts the league naturally. Poor vision as well. They made a lot of dumb choices. I think part of it, again, goes back to really wanting to have this global league sort of thing, trying to expand so much, trying to act more like a traditional sports league when esports are kind of just a different thing. Super's not going to come out of retirement, I promise you. I agree, Jordan. I agree. Yeah, I think Kai's probably going to go to the Glads because that's what the reports are. And it just makes a lot of sense because he likes Kevster. They're good friends from what I've seen. He's already been under Coach Unter before. It just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, true, Cynthia. I don't know why they didn't do it like that. I think the initial vision just screwed everything up, and then they stuck with it. How we had things the first 2 seasons was, like, so ideal to me, and it got ruined. I mean, COVID, that's also part of the thing, right? COVID did screw over what we could have had. Because the start of 2020 was fun. I mean, it was a good season in general, but after that teams got screwed over, they're anticipating that they could make money off of homestands and stuff, and then that went out the window, and it screwed a lot of people over. Kaluj is rumored to be going to Toronto Defiant, along with Reiner. Yeah, Glads is full EU right now, true. Burnout, yeah, there was 40 games in Season 1, that was ridiculous. Right now, yes. I mean, put a major if behind this, but a big what if, but the 23rd is when the free agency window is supposed to open, but we've said that the last 2 times with the deadline just for it to get moved, so don't hold your breath. At this point, I have 0 expectations. I think maybe Spark. It depends on how the next year or 2 goes. Yeah, pretty much Connor. I don't know what Eternal's plan is. I have to get used to saying Vegas because they're Vegas now, not Paris, technically. This will protect us, says Winton. True. Spitfire's playing from England? No, I believe they actually play and are based in NA along with Paris. Well, originally Paris. Just so you don't play on higher ping, By being stationed in NA, you don't have to worry about that. You hope Valiant do something to keep you as a fan, but probably not. Should we look out for veterans coming back or contender rookies? Probably a mix of both. I also don't want to hear Vegas Eternal. Why is Vancouver so trash? Because they got rid of everything they had and they've been trying to rebuild from scratch ever since, and it just hasn't worked out. They've put out failure after failure. It happens. You had a good situation with your runaway core, and then that got killed off, and since then they've struggled to recover. Yeah, I think Birdring, there's a solid chance he comes back. All-Stars, yeah, I missed that. Yeah, we were talking about that before, Nat. what Striker's plan is. I mean, it looks like he wants to try and find a new team, but we'll see who's interested. I hope Titans make a comeback. I want this to be the year. It looks like they want to build around Aspire, which I approve of wholeheartedly. Now it's just a matter of getting the right pieces. I think the rumor of them getting Punk makes me happy. I just wish they'd get a better main support than Faith, but the rumors they're getting freaking Faith, who's just so mediocre. Faith is such a mediocre main support. Why do they want him? Why? Am I going to watch the Apex revival thingy? Yeah, of course. I'll have to watch the VOD, though, because when it's on for me, I'll be sleeping. A video about how you would change the colors of every Overwatch team. I don't know if I'm artistic enough to pull that off. Plus, there's a lot of the colors that I like. There's very few teams that I change the colors of. I'm talking about mostly Valiant, by the way, because they never should have went to blue. They should have stayed green, and I'm mad about it. I like Coach Gator, I think more than a lot of people do. I'd like for Eternal to do good. BTW, they did it the right way, representing marginalized gender. They got the first ever female head coach in Overwatch League history, which I actually didn't talk about today. But yeah, they got Empress, who's actually like a well-respected coach. She's like actually good at her job. Like, this is how you do it, alexyOWL. This is like a realistic signing to make because she actually is good and has found solid results throughout her coaching career. Empress. Look at all this. And I believe she's gotten first in both EU contenders and NA contenders. Look at this resume, man. Since 2021, she's been killing it. EU and NA she's found success in. Avala was an assistant coach. Empress is the first ever head coach. She's the first ever female head coach. Avala was the first ever female coach in general, but she was an assistant on Washington. Avala is GM, but she did originally coach. Some people might not have been around for that, but she did coach. Yeah, she's the first ever female GM. Or was she? I think there was another one, wasn't there? Oh yeah, former coach was mad when that happened. Are both men and women allowed in the league? Yes. It's just women haven't gotten into it, really. Sadly. Aside from Giguri. The only female player we've ever had. Sag. Hopefully Aspen gets her shot one day, that's all I'll say. Giguri Zarya was actually goated. This is how you do it though in New York. Don't force it for PR stunts. Get someone who actually knows what they're doing that could find success. I mean, to be fair, this Eternal team, I don't know how much success they'll find, but at least they got a reasonably good coach. Oh, really? That's sick. Her Devo's good too, true. Yeah, Void's just insane. I do think so, Connor. I think Aspen is Owl caliber, skill-wise. I think she has it. She's a history with Rack and Lucamino. Yeah, it's a good start. Fits to NYXL. I wouldn't hold my breath. New York are probably, I'm assuming, going to go Western, and they're going to be bad. That's my assumption. Aspen does play in contenders. Not Assault. I don't know if she's on a team currently. I don't think so. Or, well, no, she's on the Calling All Heroes team. That's right. Natsuki cosplayed 100k subs. Yeah, well, good luck getting me to 100k subs. Yo, what's up, Wes? Yaki could have found a new team, but we won't know until the 23rd when the free agency signing window opens. Rookies you're most excited for? Definitely Heesang and Max out of O2 Blast. Leaving work in Hartford. How am I doing? I'm doing well. Can't complain. She's a content creator, CC. She's a content creator for Gladiators. Yeah, Spectra's another guy to look out for sure. Is Probe eligible? Why do I think Merritt would want to leave Outlaws? Tough to say. Things happen. Probe will be eligible, yes. Turns 18 in March, so he'll be good to go. Ramatra, I genuinely have no clue. Where did the Speedily hype go? Okay, so the thing with Speedily is he could still be really good. It's just, he didn't do absolutely incredible on Atlanta, and, you know, he's been getting hype for so many years, so people are like, where's all the hype for this guy? You know, like, that's what it is. He could still be good. Just gotta give it time to prove himself, I think. I don't think Ramatra will be meta, no. Bro, that's the least saturated. Probably, like, main support. Or maybe flex DPS? I'd say probably a support position. Maybe even flex support, to be honest. Yeah, I think Danteh finds a team. Speedily is believed to be going to Toronto Defiant, according to the reports. The report is Toronto Defiant get Kaluj, Reiner, Hydron, Speedily, Sam, OG, and Ultraviolet. I'd be down for that at Danteh Punk Tank Line. Their hero pools are a little similar, though. I feel like if Danteh joins a team, you have to have someone who plays the more traditional main tank stuff. I like Ultraviolet a lot. People stopped talking about him in the second half of 2022 because Atlanta were a bit more inconsistent. No, I don't think Reiner's going back to Glads. I think the reports are pretty accurate that he's going to Toronto. I'd like to see Reiner and Kaluj on separate teams too, but they're all buddies, you know? They want to play together again, like the good old days. Is there any rumors about Philly? The only thing I've heard is they're looking into Twilight, maybe. I think Jake will stay on Outlaws because he actually speaks Korean and does it pretty well. He translated during the playoffs, and it was good. Jake is just a jack of all trades, man, I swear. He can do anything. I hope King finds a new team. Yeah, surely this year Titans get a main tank player, right? Surely. Who's winning the World Cup? You're asking the wrong guy. Because I don't really pay attention that much to it. Kevster Sparkle, that'd be fun. Or Sparker. Read words that are on your screen, you idiot. Dummy. Where's Adam going? I don't think anywhere. I think maybe like Ben Best could find a team, maybe. Yeah, he's saying we'll be an owl, I guarantee you. Nice. I haven't paid much attention. Where does Hisu or Hisu? Hisu on Shock would be like the dream for me. Hisu on Shock, Hisu on Houston, Hisu on Florida, Hisu on Boston, Hisu to Seoul, doubt it. Hisu to Charge, maybe. Ben Best is too handsome. True. I feel bad for Nagon Khan too. They might make it back though. Part of me thinks Washington will just pick those guys up. What are they called? Team Peps? Part of me feels like Washington's just going to get people from this roster for no apparent reason. Like, that was the rumor before. Like, Washington decided not to fully blow up their team. But now that they have, maybe they will get some of these guys. Yeah, that's the rumor, right? Team Peps to Washington. Yeah, that's facts. The 23rd cannot come soon enough. EU Washington sounds cursed because they're supposed to be the American team, so to speak. That is so cursed to think about. Oh my god. Cursed. It's cursed, I tell ya. I miss Naga. At the EU Justice, the... Where would they go? What city? Yeah, there's a ridiculous amount of free agents. But that's because the game... That's like the one redeeming quality right now about this offseason. Clearly the hype for this game is back if all of these people want to come play again, you know? Like, there are a lot of people that want to get their motivation back and try again. Which is awesome. But the fact that we only have a 20-team league means that most of these guys won't even see the light of day. Brussels Justice. Pine comes back. Could you imagine? Just to not find a team. Omega Lol. Profit and Proper would work. I don't think it would. I just think their hero pools are too similar. Like, yeah, you could have Proper play hit scan, but there's just no reason to have Profit on the team with him. I'm sure Ex Oblivione is as well. I mean, their team's kind of dead right now, but Shockwave, I think, is going to be back. 100% I think Shockwave makes it back into the league. He's so good, man. I know, again, I don't pay a ton of attention to contenders, but I've seen some stuff about him popping off, man. Shockwave surely gets back. I low-key want Shockwave on London. KSA would be fun to see again. Also, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I think he's rumored to Vancouver also. Krondop. Don't know if I pronounced that, I'm sorry. Psycho, I heard, is coming back. Have Valley go budget and pick up Bumper and Hoxel first. LOL. It's correct pronunciation? Pog. London, I haven't heard anything. Although I do have a source. with them. Or apparently they're not doing much this offseason. That's what I have been told. What happened to Dreamer, man? He woke up. Rumors on Titans. The rumor that's what that chat has been telling me is they might be getting Punk Faith and Grandop. Do we know something about Shu? I don't think so. Thoughts about London reportedly dropping Khan for Skyrip? Well, it's an interesting strategy because Khan's pretty good. But I mean, Skyrip will be a backup anyway. Thoughts on Kai leaving and Lip joining the Reign? It's an upgrade. Simple as that. I think he used to follow me on Twitter. I don't think he does anymore. No, not anymore. He did follow me on Twitter. Oh, Megalol. EU has a lot of upcoming talent. Yeah, true. Calyx just never goes anywhere. League Mafia also said goodbye, EM. Yeah, that's where I saw it on Twitter. Those tweets, I don't even follow that account, but they like pop up because they're so popular. I think London will still remain okay. Will they be as good as they were this year? I think it's possible because of what's going on around the league. They could remain solid. They have the synergy, they have the confidence, they can keep on getting better. Yeah, no, Spark 2023 could be dangerous. I think Eternal could be a little better. I still think they'll be a bottom team. Okay, so basically, teams are allowed to talk to players and, like, you know, put offers on the table, but, you know, you can't actually sign anyone until the 23rd. You can, like, have, like, verbal agreements, basically. Nothing can be, like, set in stone, though. Yeah, Spark could actually live up to expectations. I'm happy they're going to get a new coach. If they get leave, that's hype. APAC is kind of crumbling around them. I think they could be the best team in APAC, which is crazy to think about, but it's a strong possibility. Their best competition is like going downhill, aka Seoul and Shanghai. Sam and Kalush to Toronto is the rumor, yes. Is Boston going to be top tier? It depends on what they can do. Again, I really love their new GM, Pri. I think Pri is a really solid manager. He knows what he's doing. He's good at building relationships with players, too, I think. I think he could make a good pitch for a couple of, like, solid Korean players to come to his team. Because, like, when did he join Washington? He joined Washington as the manager end of, well, like mid 2019. Yeah, so he kind of helped turn them around. Originally, he was actually a coach on them, which I didn't even realize. But he helped turn those boys around. You know, they were terrible their first year and a half. Year and 3/4, you could even say. The Boston leaks Decay and Hoppo sound promising. Yeah, for sure. That's a good way to start. Yeah, I love Pri. He goes all in. That's why I can't blame him for all the drama that went on with Washington, because, like, he wants to win, man. Nice bake. He's a good guy. He actually liked one of my tweets, too. He's a good guy. I respect Pri. He's one of the best managers there is, IMO. Yeah, if Toby comes back to coach Seoul, I think they could still at least be okay. Does Tuyu get another shot? I think he might. Philly, MN3, Zest Fate, Twilight, Lee J gone. Sounds good to me. Oops. Pre gets so much hate, but he's a solid manager. Indeed. Again, he helped turn Washington into like a respectable franchise for a couple seasons at least. They never really won anything, but they did fine, which is better than you could say they did in 2019 and most of 2020. Fate is so washed. I mean, yeah, he didn't look great, but I think if he joins a new team, he might do better. I think Fate just needs some motivation, because the last 2 times that Fate has joined a new team, he's played well on them. So I'm a Fate believer still. I'm biased, of course, but I'm a Fate believer still. He's never going to be what he used to be, but I still think he can be good. Respectable. I just think he needed another tank on the roster. If you have him paired up with someone else, you'll be good. I think Fate will never be more than like an A tier player at this point, but that's okay. Probably a B tier. Could the league switch back to open role? Probably not. Chio to Shock would be insane, but the rumor is Vindame to Shock, which is still really good. Vindame to Shock is crazy. Yeah, I agree, Cynthia. Fate's on his last legs unless he truly proves himself. To be honest, I thought he was going to retire this year because he's been around for so long, but the fact that he's still motivated it makes me so happy. He's one of my all-time favorite players. I've learned a lot. I plan to push myself further than ever before. Like, you love to see that, man. I love Fate. What's the word with Max or Heesang? I haven't heard anything yet. I heard it's likely Max goes to Shock. I don't know about Heesang. I think someone might have brought up Heesang rumors before. I don't remember, though. Danteh back on the Shock? I mean, probably not. Did Sato retire? I don't know what Sato's up to. Sato. He's been pretty quiet. Well, I knew the rumors that Void was going, but I thought Fate would go too. The dream for me is Outlaws to get Profit and Smurf. And then if they get a hit scan, that'd be cool too. What if Profit, Smurf, and Fitz all just go to Houston? That'd be hilarious. Yeah, Proper said Max isn't a teammate yet. I saw that. He was known as Black Mirror. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. That's funny. Also, I still can't get over the fact that he's suspended 30 games. It's the most wild thing ever. Yeah, in my opinion, Alex, the Shock are probably the favorites to win it all next year, as it currently stands. Since it seems like a lot of their competition is either getting worse or exploding. Gladiators are uncertain, Dallas are uncertain. Those are like their 2 biggest threats in NA. Shanghai are downhill, Seoul are downhill. They're sitting in pretty good places right now, I'd say. Yeah, Smurf Houston reunion. He finally comes back after all those years. Even though technically never played for Houston, but you get what I mean. He was on their academy team. Atlanta could compete with San Fran, yes, but I think San Fran are the current favorites. Because there's still some uncertainties with Atlanta. Can it work with Hawk as like the tank player? Can he do what Danteh did on Houston, essentially? With all Koreans surrounding him, can Gator be a good enough head coach? Can Wizard Young help, alleviate some of that pressure? Can Lip succeed with an arguably worse team than what he's had? Like, it's up in the air. What team can you see Aspen in future years? I don't know. Maybe Eternal. Maybe Vancouver, I guess. Washington. I'm just thinking of all of, like, the worst teams. The most questionable signing. I mean, there haven't been a lot of signings. It's hard to say. Yo, what's up, Tay? Good to see you, my man. Imagine Smurf, Hanbin Birdring, Prophet, Sparkle, Chio Fielder as Dallas Fuel next year. That'd be wild. I don't think it'll happen, though. Danteh to London would actually be a good way to complete their team, like low-key. He can play the things that are kind of like outside of Hottie's hero pool. It would make sense. I agree, Bake. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to be in the league, but you don't want it to be forced. You want to be there because you proved yourself, not for some PR stunt. Yeah, I hope London gets Shockwave. That's like my dream signing for them. I want them to get Shockwave. I agree completely. New York got very lucky. Profit 2, I don't really know. Boston, Dallas, like, I don't really know. It's so hard to say. How do you renew a channel membership? Honestly, I don't know. Slime is LFT? Yeah, he has been. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I don't know if London are going to want Danteh just so they could... Well, actually, no, it wouldn't matter because they have... God, what's his name? Landon. He's American. Sometimes I forget that he's American. It's funny. He looks like he's from Europe to me. You hit the join button. Well, I think after you've been a member, it's like different. I don't really know how it works. Could see Valiant sign flagship recreators. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how much money the Valiant have, Pepe laugh. The Saudi player? Oh, you look at the alternate ID, Kitty King, LOL. Player trivia. He decided to be a flex support player. Yeah, I guess he used to be a main support, huh? Oh, Sir Majed? Oh, Courts. Oh, spelling. Yeah, I don't really know who this is, to be honest with you, chat. Yeah, if only, Cynthia, if only. I can't forgive them after what they did. I almost had, like... We almost had such a fun team in Season 4 before things went to hell. Like, it's so sad. Lastro, Rain, Kai, Dreamer, Adam, and Agilities. Like... That's like my dream team. That's my favorite player of all time, you know, coming back. It's such a bummer, man. Yeah, O1 Esports has a lot of talent. I know that much. Is Surefour LFT? I don't think so. I don't see why he would be. His streams do pretty darn well. Also, he streams for Sentinels. Yeah, no shot. Oh yeah, no, it wouldn't have been a great team. I fully accept that. But it still would have been good for me as a Agility and Valiant fanboy at the time. True, Bake, true. How the mighty have fallen. They would have been like a middle of the pack team. They wouldn't have been special, but not the worst either. And I'm fine with that, as long as I'm enjoying my time. You know, after the team died in season 2 and we like got surprised by that good budget team in season 3, like my expectations were just nothing. Like, we get what we get. Could be good, could be bad. Yeah, I mean, statistically, Valiant made a worse Shanghai, it's true. They had a worse winning percentage than the 0-40 Dragons. Map win percentage, I should say. I miss Shax too. Yeah, Shax on the Valiant was fun. Yeah, Crystal's storyline is pretty insane. It is pretty hilarious. Like, looking back at it, making the video yesterday, it's wild what has happened with him. You know, he's this talented player, and then Sparker like, yeah, this guy's trolling us. He's simping for a girl, lying about things. We're going to give him 10 months to figure it out and get back to us. Never does. We're going to end up suing you for $2 million now. Like, what? It's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Penguin. Favorite team? Don't have one. That's Shaq's Death Blossom, though, yeah. Is Shaq's LFT? Because I remember for a while he was indecisive on what he wanted to do. Oh, I know, he hasn't said anything yet. Never mind. He's still undecided. For me, we will see what happens. Oh, you asked him on Discord? Gotcha. Okay. Wow, the insider info. If Immortals came to me and said, run the team, what would I do? I'd make them sell the team to someone who actually knows what they're doing. Because I know I sure as hell wouldn't know what I'm doing. I mean, realistically, though, I'd make a team that's actually likable. Get the hell out of China and make a decent team. But at this point, it won't happen. Valiant are like perma stuck in China, because if they left Asia, we'd have, what, 6 teams? Pepe laugh. Just buy the org, easy. Yeah, true, true. I'm fighting for my life in the settings right now. Rip. A console watch tournament? Probably not. Yeah, that was a weird one, Christian, for sure. NVM. Oh my god, that one was so cringe. If Hanbin doesn't re-sign with the Fuel, where will he go? He could literally go anywhere because he is one of the best players on the planet. I think LA Gladiators would make sense. Atlanta Reign would be kind of busted if they have Hawk. Boston could build a team around him. Philly. He could go anywhere. Nice, Bake. Problem solved. Diplomatic solutions out here. Oh yeah, a Hanbin to Houston would be good too. Yeah, exactly. Hanbin can make the contract himself and be like, deal, you're hired. Hanbin to Titans? Well, I mean, if they had the money and they could make an actual team, then maybe, but... Oh my god, Alex. Yes, that game was so good. The Valiant pulled off the upset. That was a great game. Man, you're bringing back memories. I want to do watch parties again. Well, not watch... Well, yes, watch parties. Communications, Mark. I miss doing watch parties, though. I did a classic one on Twitch. I did like a Seoul versus NYXL Season 1 game. It'd be fun to rewatch the Toilet Bowl and some of those other games. I'd prefer to do it on YouTube if I could. The only problem is copyright. I'm a little scared of it. Boston versus Houston Toilet Bowl. If I did a watch party, it might be on Twitch again. I don't know. I might be able to get away with it, but I don't know for sure. The 8-map banger. Yeah, I want to watch that too. Corey? I think he's a Valorant player, is he not? Oh god, I don't even know what his Twitter is. Like, there's so many fun games I'd love to rewatch with all of you guys. I just don't know if I'd be able to do it on YouTube. Yeah, that's like my favorite match of all time, Cynthia. It'd be fun to just sit back, relax, and do it. Do I know why Carpe left Valorant? I don't particularly know why, but I'm sure he's probably just bored of Overwatch. Hello, Agent. Things are going well. Hope you're doing good too. Kareev played out of his mind. Like, that was probably one of the hardest carry Ana performances I've ever seen in my life. Like, he beat Shanghai and Vancouver back to back in like that same like week or 2 week span. He hit like 70 sleep darts or whatever it was. Like, he played out of his mind. Like, for me personally, like, that was the best Ana carry I've ever seen. By far. I wish they made the playoffs. Like, it sucks that they started off so bad. They just needed one more win and they would have made it. It sucks. I don't know if they would have went anywhere, but man. All they needed was one win, and they blew a lot of map 5s that year. If they had just taken one of them, they could have made it. Moth is pretty, MIA. I don't really know. I remember I was devastated. It was 2019 Stage 4. They lost a really close game to Seoul. It was a map 5. That, in my opinion, was the thing that just broke the back of my team. Like, that was the one they had to win, and they failed. If they had just won that game, they were so close to. I don't think I was ever so upset over a loss before in my history of supporting Overwatch teams. That game made me so mad. I was like late at night too. It was like 12 a.m. or whatever it was. I mean, obviously EU people are laughing at me because that's not even late compared to what they've gone through, but you get what I mean. It was like sitting there in the dark, just chilling, watching my team, stressing out, and they lose a close one. The entirety of Valiant Season 2. Oh, Lord. Hey, you figured it out, Tay. There you go. Thank you for rejoining as a member, Tay. I appreciate you. Enjoy your badge and your emotes. Watch parties are on the to-do list, though. Along with more podcast talks like this. And also gaming with the subscribers. I want to do some of that, certainly. And I might do tier list soon. Tier list content. Even though I promised myself I'd never go back. I'm thinking of going back because I know that's what people like. And I'm willing to sacrifice my sanity to do a couple of those. You need to invade Plat Chat one time. I mean, if they invite me, I'd love to come on. Yeah, I'd love to do some stuff with Wool again. My man's is busy, though. We're in contact. We talk somewhat regularly. Man is busy currently. I'd love to get Wool on for some stuff again for sure, though. He's the homie. We've been together since 2019 in terms of making content together. Well, not, you know, like collaborations, but you know what I mean. Making content for all you guys. Feels like just yesterday when I just met him, man. How times have changed. I think I might, Mark, eventually. I'd love to make an actual podcast at some point. It's kind of hard right now with there not being anything. Yo, Cynthia, thank you for joining the membership squad. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes and your new membership badge. Appreciate it. Make one of those Dream Team World Cup things. Yeah, maybe. You think Irony finds a team? I don't think so. I think he's in a bit of trouble after getting benched. It's funny you bring that up, Agent. That's actually next on my list. That's the next video I intend to make. That will be coming this week at some point. I started like a rough draft for it, so that's on the way. Look out for it. Yeah, it's rough. I really want to do podcast. It sucks that there's nothing to talk about. Podcast during the regular season, maybe. Just call me Emil. Okay, no problem. Would I have any co-host or just solo? Maybe some of both. Yeah, having an OWL podcast right now, it just doesn't make any sense logically. I'm gonna have to wait till the season starts or until the off-season ramps up a bit before I can think about that. I like doing live podcast talks like this, but I could probably chill and do one by myself, no problem, or with other people. Shax played some in 2022, only when Tracer was needed. All Chinese teams, look out for the Spark. I want to make podcasts, but for the time being, that will be put on hold. When the season starts, I think I might change it up. Usually I make prediction videos. I'm thinking I might do prediction streams this year, though. Or maybe like more in-depth predictions on stream, like make the prediction video and talk about it more in detail with you guys in chat and like a separate thing. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do yet in that regard. But those, I figured it'd be easier just because a lot of the time those prediction videos take a lot of time and they don't always particularly do well. And I feel like people are starting to get burnt out because I've been doing them since 2019. When can teams sign free agents? On the 23rd. I think the Shock will sign a main support, yeah. Shockwave, I think, might go to London. That's my prediction. The changes for Overwatch 2 Season 2, some of them are okay, but, like, I'm happy they buffed Doom, although he's going to be annoying now. I'm glad they made him not suck. But there's still some changes that need to happen. Any news from Dallas? No, not really, Jacob. The only thing I've heard is they might be breaking up. Their team that they have might be disbanding, or at least some of them. I don't know how accurate it is, though. OWL Season 6. You know what? I'll do it, chat. I'll make OWL Season 6. It'll be at my house. Every LAN game, my house. I mean, do whatever you want, Cynthia. It's up to you. If you think you'd enjoy it, then go for it. I think the scene could always use more content creators. a video about most unexpected player in OWL. I need a little bit more elaboration because it's very general. Do you mean like surprising players? Like players that came out of nowhere, players that are better than expected? It can go a lot of ways. You'll bring popcorn? Nice. I think Sparker will go back to London, yeah. I like surprising players. Yeah, I could do something like that, I'm sure. That's a good thing to ask while I'm chilling here. What kind of content do you guys want to see on the channel? Especially while we're in the off-season. I'm having a hard time gauging what people want this year. It's been a struggle. I don't know what people want. Best one tricks. Well, yeah, obviously OWL content, but like specific ideas. A review of each team's season. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's like something I'm considering, but I don't know if people will enjoy it. I'm like worried because I feel like a lot of the time when I do like those 20 team series things, they don't do that good. Why we've been on Shax for the last 10 minutes. I mean, there's nothing to talk about right now. I'm not even talking about Shax at this point. People complaining on the Twitter. Cool. Go on Plat Chat. I mean, if they want me, I'll go on. I'm not going to beg them to, though. Do I think Team Pep's players will get picked up? I think so. Best rookie pickups of every team. Most important signing for every team? Do you mean like in their history? 10 best players per role in league history? Maybe. Dream rosters. I'll do the begging for you. Redo the team rosters based on where they're from. I don't really know how many of those you can even form. I mean, I could try. How Carpe would have won. Best runs in OWL. Every meta ranked could be a fun thing. That sounds like a stream activity. Best player from every country. I'll be there all day. Yeah, a lot of the ranking stuff could be a fun stream activity. Because I know, again, people always consistently ask me to bring back tier list. It's crazy. I see it in my comment section all the time. I guess people really still dig tier list these days. Worst player at every hero? That's toxic. A World Cup of 8 teams and let them go against each other, see who wins. That'd be cool. Predict next season's rosters. Maybe. What ifs are so complicated with Overwatch League, though? I guess people still like to consume tier list content these days, though. Even though it's not my favorite thing, maybe I should just do it because that's the norm. Like, if I do Overwatch tier list... 21 days ago, 32k. 2 weeks ago, 300k. 28k 1 day ago. 46K 20 hours ago. People still seem to like tier list. Most underrated up-and-coming talent. An owl iceberg. Don't do something you don't want to do. It's not that I don't want to do tier lists. It's just, it's not my favorite thing to do. We'll see. Smasher pass, dear God. Hardest carries of all time. You want what I told Tactical Crouch? What did you tell Tactical Crouch? Player Legacy series? That's something I've considered, like low-key. Like the story of Prophet, etc. Apex versus Owl. What do you mean by that? Top reverse sweeps. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what people are generally really interested in. Like, it's my channel, I can do what I want, but I want to do well, at least, you know? So it's a good time to just ask for feedback. The worst decision for every team. I think I've made something like that, haven't I? Maybe not. I don't know. Like the biggest mistake. I've done something like that. The legacy thing could be dope. It just takes a bit more planning and like well thought out editing to make it good. Top 5 second place finishes in Philly's history? That's toxic. Realistic rebuilds. Greatest upsets. It's not a bad one. Why Philly are the most cursed team ever. Just like making a whole video about why they're just absolutely positively cursed. That'd be great. Is there any news? Doesn't look like it. Pepe laugh. This is hilarious. An Apex Gosu Gamers early tournament retrospective. Deep dive on how Toronto always managed to be mid. Who does the best in a Doom meta? Atlanta could be good in a Doom meta. I mean, right now, currently speaking, because Hawk's a good Doom. Best rosters that never won a title. It's good. I mean, tier list, I mean, there's a lot of things I could do in that regard. The typical one that people seem to like me doing are the player ones. Tank would be a little different, because I can't do 2 different tank tier list, only the one. Would I still split up supports and DPS? Probably. Would it be better to keep them combined, or... No, probably separate, right? I feel like DPS, there's a lot of, like... in between, though. Players you didn't know won a championship. That's pretty good. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, things that... I know that everyone that, like, watches the videos enjoys them, but how do I get more people to show interest? Like, what kind of videos are going to stand out to new viewers? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because, like, that's when my videos do the best. Like, obviously, I have my faithful, like, you guys that I absolutely love to death. I love all of you guys. But, like, I want, like... more stuff like with my best player for every hero, or like new people come and check out the channel. Videos about Element Mystic. Yeah, history videos are something I have a lot of interest in. Best play breakdowns. Rise and fall. Best play breakdowns. Goats. History of my life. A team fan stereotype. See, that's hard because I don't want to be offensive. Yeah, I enjoyed the new video that I made, but the problem is there's not a lot of interest. I don't know why people aren't really clicking on it. It's unfortunate. I really loved how that video turned out, too. It's a bummer. Like, I really loved making that video. All teams can incorporate Ramatra and do that for new heroes. It's not a bad idea. All teams can incorporate new heroes. But like, just like compared to like a lot of my other stuff, it doesn't do as well, you know, like 7.3, like it's a bit lower than some of these other ones. It sucks. Hottest OWL players. Hottest OWL players, Omegalo. Help people understand what's behind the teams. The lesser seen part of Overwatch League. What goes into making an OWL team? Videos on controversies. Worst to best coaches. OWL Dream Teams are always a classic. Player improvements is a good one. You want clicks? Roast jerseys. Yeah, tier list is something I'm probably going to bring back. OWL teams is food. Yeah, the EQO blade on Rialto is amazing. An OWL would you rather with Thor? I want to do that, Penguin. It's just, it's hard. Honestly, maybe I'll look into that. I'll just start DMing teams. Be like, hey, What does Kevster eat for breakfast? How Prophet stays in shape. Yeah, stories about players who made legendary runs is a good one for sure, though. If I were to make my own team. If I made my own team. What was Kaluja's controversy? He's a bit cringe in ranked games. I think he said some offensive things. I want to make what OWL players eat for breakfast. I just review Kareev and Agility's cooking videos. I miss those. Teams with the best skins. A vlog about a real-life OWL enjoyer. See, if I went to like an event, I think that'd be perfect. I want to do a vlog someday. The problem is I have to actually go to a game to do a vlog. Why did Valley have an A and a B team? Oh, it was a dark time. Most entertaining CCs? Do you mean like crowd control? What do you mean by CCs? Oh, it just made me think of like the most brutal diva staggers. Most brutal diva staggers. Most brutal staggers in general. History about a meta. Will I try to go to a game this year? I'd like to. I would like to. It's just I have to save money. So I'd prefer... Oh, content creator. Most entertaining content creators. The problem is I do Overwatch League, so like, it's a little different. There aren't that many options, at least that I'm aware of. And plus, I don't actually watch a lot of OWL or Overwatch content in general these days. Because it's like kind of like my job, I guess, so to speak. If you mean like Overwatch streamers, it's a bit different, I guess. Thoughts on Alphayi getting dropped? It's tough, but it makes sense because the Spark are going to go Chinese. I think Alphayi finds a new team, though, so not the worst thing. Yeah, I could go over, like, iconic plays. History of Johnny G. What kind of power rankings do you mean, though? What can I do that, like, is different? Like, free agency power rankings? I don't really know. Like, power rankings of teams in what sense? Because I already do power rankings, but... something a little different, maybe? Best logos? Watch old highlights. React to old highlights. Do the React Andy meta. I definitely want to do a diamond in the rough type of video, like the unexpected player performance type of thing, or like, you know, like where random players get signed they don't expect to do anything, end up being really good. Most unexpected guys, like, you know, like you put like Lip in there and whatnot, Aunts, Fitz, etc. The biggest disappointments in OWL. No, I do want to do that though, like a top like 10 bust or whatever. I want that. I've done disappointing teams, but I think disappointing players is a good way to go. A documentary about XQC's OWL career, yeah, because that totally hasn't been done yet. Shortest careers. Yeah, Striker was kind of not that known before OWL. Boston were supposed to be bad that year. Highest potential players. All-time Canada versus Finland, who would win? That'd be a good match. Make a troll vid, like, to trigger the community to get them to comment. Well, that's what the best player forever hero videos for, am I right? It's tough. I don't like offending. I try not to. Obviously, some people still do, but I try my best to avoid it. So I don't really poke fun at fan bases or anything. It would be fun. I'm not sure if there's any traditional sports fans in the chat, but like every NFL team's reaction. Like Tom Grossi, I really like his stuff. He does like reactions for every team based off of like the week or like free agency, the off season. That could be a kind of fun thing to do. Where I'm not like you know, roasting fan bases, but I could still kind of be funny for every fan base. Yeah, I like Tom Grossi. He's really good. Shu or Kevster? I think Kevster right now is more value overall. How you would fix teams that suck. Ah, yes, the armchair general manager. Most underrated player from each team. Ooh, that's a good one. From each franchise or like each championship team, maybe? So that's each championship team. The best Danish player in history. Best cosplays. How many do we have? I know like Gushue did one, Shy, Super. Who else has done a cosplay? Chris Move type videos during the season? I could. I was also thinking, you know, I've already made videos based off of him. Barry McCockiner, he does like reviews, like recaps of every game. I could do that too. Oh yeah, Fissure, right. Top 10 C9s. You have any clue what O2 Blast feeds their players? There's no amount of luck or good coaching that makes 90% of their players go to the Overwatch League. I just think they're a well-rounded org. I don't know how else to explain it. Cities without franchises. Cities that should have franchises. Yeah, most iconic Gal skins is a good one, I guess. Yeah, true, Penguin. True. Still wish we had another Korean-based team. Sag. Most iconic hero for... That's a good one. That's actually a really good idea. O2 Blast is like Brazil in the World Cup. Rant about Valiant. I mean, I do that in my sleep. Yeah, I got iconic plays. That's what I've considered. There's a lot. It's just I don't know what exactly is the best one to do. Like, I have a big list. Now this list is growing even more thanks to your feedback, everyone. But I just don't know what to do. All right, Alex. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Best player walkouts. Best aimers. That's a tough one. A team from bottom tier rosters. Yeah, it's true, Andrew. I don't really know. We'll see. I have a lot of ideas. It's just what's the best thing to deliver on? Yeah, best clutches I have written down. I'm writing this all down on a notepad. It's good. Not much Challenger. I've just been taking suggestions from chat on video ideas to maybe do in the future. I feel a little better about it now. Hey, the stream hit 100 likes. Pog champ. I don't think anyone's cheated an owl, no. Yeah, lore stories I've considered. I got a pretty extensive list now. It's good enough. Yeah, I really liked making it. It's just not really hitting, unfortunately. The good news is I think that kind of video can have potential over the long term, which is part of why I made it. Right now, it's maybe not doing the best in the short term, but I think over time it could get views, like the best player on every hero. Like, this is stuff that people could click on anytime. Best team. Oh, that's a good one. Like, the best roster every team's fielded so far. Every team has made. Should Overwatch switch to tourneys with orcs picking up a roster? I don't know. The voices are telling me London will sign Lethal and Skyrippa. I've heard Skyrippa. That's something I've heard. Boston have not signed anyone yet, and they will not until the 23rd of December. Because that is when the free agency window opens. Rumor has it they might be looking after Decay, though. No need to be sorry. Yeah, but I think for content's sake, I'll probably stream on the 23rd. Because it'd be fun to react to things live with y'all, if anything even happens, that is. Best gamer tags in OWL history. I might do season recaps. I'll think about it. I don't have the motivation yet. Maybe I'll find it. Player swap. You trade 2 players from a stage in the past and try and think about how it would go. No worries, Brian. I think there might be Fantasy OWL. Best casters, best coaches. Yeah, not bad. Best gamer tags. Glad you like the content. I appreciate it. Best performance off-rolling. It's not bad. Yeah, Fried Wiener's a classic. Most flexible players. That's a good one. Funniest role switches. I hope Uber comes back. There's no telling for sure, if you will. Best homestand so far. Yeah, I mean, Bumper actually has played a lot of roles. People forget. Best memes. Which team am I most hyped to see rebuild? I mean, if we're talking from scratch, I'm low-key kind of hyped to see what Boston does. I like that they have new management. I'm excited for them. I think they finally might turn it around. Checking in on the stream again. Welcome. Welcome back. Oh, Tay, Wizard Young is on Atlanta. Probably to help out with Gator, considering he's coaching a bunch of Korean players. And there is no way. This man can't believe it. I want Hoxel to just go to a team in general. Out of all the teams, I think probably, I don't think a lot of high-tier teams would take a risk on him. He hasn't played in a while. I think it'd be cool if Hoxel went to like Dallas or Boston. Houston, maybe. I mean, if he was willing to take a pay cut, he could go to like Seoul or whatever. Doubt that'll happen, though. Yeah, I think Birdring and Hoxel, like, if there's any, like, legends that are trying to come back that could make it back, I feel like it's Birdring and Hoxel, because they are very talented. Top 5 metas. That'd be good. I mean, he does have Wizard in his name. Of course he has some magic. Your London will get KSA? Is that so? Which teams from Season 5 could beat previous champs? That's a cool one. I think Hunters should be sold. I'm tempted to ask, but how do you pronounce the new push map? Oh god, I don't even know. I don't really pronounce it. I think Shock just need to keep on building around Proper and give him a bit more help, which they intend to do. If they do that, they'll be golden. They literally were a map away from winning a title with a team that wasn't even the best in the league, so just build upon it a little bit. Xerneas to Spark, I'm about that. Isn't it just Esperanza? Like, am I mispronouncing it? I hope Proper doesn't ruin the league. What do you mean by that? I think Xerneas on Spark would be sick. Oh, I mispronounced it. Rip. Yeah, I've heard that. We were talking about that before, that Vancouver rumor. I mean, luckily the Shock's bad period was just one season. Cancel ATP for my god, words. Mispronunciation. Jesus, man. A 2-in-1 video thing. Toronto do anything yet? I mean, the signing window doesn't open until the 23rd, but I believe Toronto is set to sign the American Tornado Corps, according to the reports. Wizard Young's not the greatest. He's okay. Not that good. What happened on Washington was a disaster in 2019. Yeah, I do appreciate your suggestions a lot, though. They are very insightful. I appreciate it. Have a good night. I want to do interviews. It's something I was gonna do, and then I kind of, like, lost motivation for a bit while I was working. Maybe next year. Yeah, Wizard is very knowledgeable. He is a pretty intelligent man. He's the self-proclaimed genius, as he says. Hypothetical worst team tournament bracket. But think Proper has a chance to be the next Carpe? Yeah, I think so, but I don't think he will. He's too great, I think. Where does Changun go next? Yeah, I wonder. It's a pretty good list that I have, though, now. I'm satisfied. That was a good brainstorming session, chat. I appreciate all of you. Thoughts on Nero? I like and respect Nero, and I do hope he finds a new team. The worst possible roster? That'd be fun. That's true, Penguin. Nero's never like going to be a world beater like championship piece in my opinion, but he's a solid veteran that just deserves to be in the league. I low-key still think he's saying and Proper could work on the same team. Most loyal players. Carpe. And that's the list. Carpe and Danteh. I guess Profit to a certain extent. Should role passives exist? I don't know if they're necessary. I mean, I like support role passives, though. I don't know. Yeah, James and Matt's news. We talked about it. A blind preseason standing. A randomized preseason standing. So that'd be kind of fun, I guess. Or not a randomized, just like what I think before knowing anything, I guess. A way too early preseason power ranking. Oh, that just reminded me, speaking of power rankings, I think that might be the next stream, reacting to my preseason power rankings. That's usually a classic. The best team to win nothing in every season. You let the whale do this season's power rankings? Ah, yes, but of course. You know what I have to figure out? I feel like sometimes my volume is always off. I have to figure out what would even sound good for... like, how much volume do I need to increase my thing by so you guys can hear my videos? Because my videos tend to be quiet. So, like... maybe I should, like, full on blast the audio when I play my power rankings video. Just put it, like, full blast, like 100%. Think my volume's decent. I always feel like it's quiet. $10 to 15%. Yeah, we'll see. Because before when I was playing the Halo thing, people said they could barely hear it, so I gotta really make sure my volume's high. Yeah, I do want to do more Overwatch 2 as well. The next stream I think will be power rankings, reacting to that. And then maybe I'll play Overwatch 2 after. I want to do that. I need to do my placements. I usually do support, but like support's kind of boring right now, so maybe I'll do tank or DPS placements. Probably DPS, because tank queues are awful. When are this year's OWL skins coming? Soon. I don't know if they'll get both Shu and Skewed back. I feel like Skewed wants to go elsewhere, in my opinion at least. But Shu, I think there's a solid chance he could re-sign. They stopped making MVP skins. They still make championship skins. Alright, glad you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, I don't know if the Glads would even want Skewed back. I mean, Skewed's good for double flex support and Brig, but I honestly feel like Skewed won't want to go back. He's proven that he's a worthwhile player. He could probably start. How do you not re-sign Shu? He simply does not want to come back. I think that's the answer. What if he doesn't want to? Do you have any animosity for Space moving to the other LA? No, because the Valiant traded him there. It wasn't his choice necessarily, so I don't. The Glads were willing to shell out the money, so that's what the Valiant did, you know? I'm fine with it. Like, I don't hate the Gladiators. I don't despise them, even though they were my rival team back in the day. They're just like the one team I'd never ever be like hopping on board as is like my new favorite team. What hero would Dallas use for their championship skin? I hope Sojourn. That'd be pretty dope. Zarya's a good one too. Kiriko, yeah. Wizard Young Coach of the Year as an assistant? That'd be a first. They've already done Winston though. They have London Winston. I don't think they'd do Winston again. Junker Queen too, true. Yeah, supports do need love in general, facts. Nope, not a Washington fan. I was just high on them heading into 2021. I thought they ended 2020 on a good note. You know, I ended up backfiring, that's all. I thought Danteh was in for like a sick year, and he proved me wrong. Happens. I think Hangzhou will be pretty good this year. Danteh to Boston, I think, is like something that could happen. Because I heard their new GM Pri is trying to go for him. It was Danteh and Hotba, I believe, was the rumor. Any teams you think will underperform? I think Atlanta could. Danteh is a hard one to answer. Because what role does he want to play? Because he says he's LFT is a DPS and a tank. Like, that's part of it. Like, there's a variety of teams he could go to because of something like that. He could go to the Gladiators as a new tank or as like a rotational DPS. He could go to Boston Uprising if they go mixed. I think Stalker's fine. We'll see. Dante's a support? Ah, yes. Did Supreme find a team? I don't think so yet. Yeah, Shock have a great content team. I've worked with them before. They're awesome. Spark are believed to be going fully Chinese next season. Speedily to Toronto, most likely. NYXL aren't going to be getting anyone good, I promise. Profit back to London. You'll fund the NYXL? Ah, but of course. I don't know if fully Chinese is the best idea, but that's what they're probably going to do. That's the rumor, because they intend to, at least the rumor says, to get former Hunters coach RUI. And if that's the case, he's going to want a Chinese team. Simple as that. And they already have only Chinese players left over, so I think it's pretty much set in stone. I could be wrong, but I think they're going to get Leave and maybe some other piece, and that'll be it. Valiant players? I don't know how many of them even find a team, to be honest. Stop hating on NYXL. They're going to get a good team. I'm just calling it how it is. You got a dip? All right, Tay, appreciate it. I'm just telling the truth. NYXL aren't in a position to get a good team, especially after the rumors we saw that they're thinking about doing a PR stunt to make their team. Like, that's not a good sign. That's just the simple fact of the matter. Chengdu are in a tough spot. I really don't know what their plan is. I think they might be bad. Dragon's budget roster signed Dia. That would be so cool. Yeah, Yaki would be cool. Greatest OWL player ever? I think it's Prophet, personally. I mean, it's up for debate. Although, actually, if we're talking strictly OWL, maybe it's not Prophet, actually. I think, in general, the best Overwatch player is Prophet, but, like, if we're talking strictly OWL, probably maybe a Shock player of some sort. Longtime lurker and fan. Where do you think Punk and Crimzo go? Rumor has it, Punk is going to Vancouver. As for Crimzo, I'd also like to see him go to Vancouver. If not, It's hard to say. Florida Mayhem is like a backup or like a rotational guy. I don't know how many options Crimzo has. A logo ranking. Yeah, I might do that at some point. That'd be fun. I could do logo and skin rankings, actually. Did I write down logo? I don't know if I did. Hold on. Logo rankings. Jersey rankings. Skin rankings. Smurf to charge, Piggy to LA. That'd be quite interesting. Yeah, Crimson to Toronto. I mean, it'd be cool, but I don't know if it makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And like, they probably want to just stick with American Tornado guys. That's my guess. Yeah, Pelican and Piggy might as well just be a package deal, I feel like, but we'll see. Biggest, most notable fan? I don't really pay too much attention to that. I'm not sure. Regardless, though, we've been going for about 4 hours. My voice is starting to die, so I think I might call it now. We've kind of gone over all of the news. We've done speculations. I ranted for a bit. It's been an interesting type of stream for sure. But I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I intend to start doing them more frequently. I'm going to try and do at least one a week. We'll see how that goes, though. Reaction to power rankings soon, hopefully. I'll be live for free agency at the start of that, unless it changes, of course. But hope you guys enjoyed. I'm probably going to go chill now. Enjoy the rest of your nights, everybody, and I will catch you in the next one. Thanks for hanging out. Peace.